All ready? Okay, call the meeting to order, and if you join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Steve, you want to lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Good morning. First thing on our agenda is the consent agenda, but I do need to make a change there. We'd inadvertently listed approved vouchers in that consent agenda, and we actually need to pull that down to 940 because we can't approve the vouchers until we have an approved budget. So if you would move that on your agenda to 940. With that, the consent agenda will approve the minutes of 7-5, approving payroll, approving monthly earnings and collection statements from the clerk, district court, and sheriff. Allow the chair to sign the TANF 2023 third quarter report. Approve and allow chair to sign annual compensation agreement for UW Extension Educator, which is our part of that salary. And approve and sign a resolution concerning special prosecution for our county attorney. Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I move to approve consent agenda as amended.
Okay.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as amended. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Madam Chair, the special prosecution resolution number is 2023-37.
37.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is our budget amendment for 2022-23 and our upcoming budget for 23-24. So I'll turn it over to the county clerk and Mr. Polmeisel, and we'll go from there.
We'll present a resolution amending the fiscal year 2022-23 Park County budget. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners of Park County, Wyoming held a public hearing on Tuesday, July 18th, 2023 to make amendments to the current budget. Therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Park County Commissioners that the 2022-23 fiscal year budget is hereby amended and shall incorporate the following changes. Increasing expenditure items for Park County Museum by $2,115. Park County Commissioners by $2,150.77. Increase in elections by $15,051. Increasing buildings and grounds by $155,435.86. Increase general accounts by $34,048.55. Increase road and bridge grants by $315. Increase public health TANF by $1,798.39. and increase congressional tour by $22,765.24. The total expenditure increase of the FY 22-23 budget is $233,679.81.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so I would open the public hearing for any comments on amending the 22-23 budget. Is there anyone that would like to speak from the public on those amendments? Okay.
Madam Chair, I move to close public hearing.
No,
Not yet.
we still have to do the budget.
We still have two things to do yet.
They're both in the same public
Yeah, it's
hearing.
all in the same public hearing. Sorry.
We're good. We're good. Okay.
So that will be resolution 2023-38. Resolution 2023-39 is providing for the annual appropriation of money for the maintenance and operation of Park County for the fiscal year ending in June 30, 24. Do you want me to read the whole thing to you guys, or?
Probably be best to have it in the record.
Okay, the Park County clerk submitted a preliminary budget to the Board of County Commissioners for fiscal year ending June 30, 2024. And whereas such budget was made available for public inspection at the office of the county clerk and the Park County website. And whereas a public hearing was scheduled and a notice along with the summary of the budget was published in the Powell Tribune and the Cody Enterprise on July 11, 2023. Whereas a public hearing was held at 6 p.m. July 17, 2023 in the Park County Courthouse Commissioners Meeting Room, at which time all interested parties were allowed an opportunity to be heard. And whereas following such public hearing, alterations and revisions were made in the proposed budget. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners that the budget be adopted as the official Park County budget and the following appropriations be made for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2024, and that expenditures for each office, department, or spending agency be limited in the amount appropriated herein. Then we list out all of the departments. Our total general appropriation is $32,953,000 and $953,816. Of that, solid waste is $5,368,183. American Recovery Funds, $9,324,700. County Road Fund, $1,350,000. E911 Services Fund, $369,096. For total Park County allocations of $49,365,794. The county reserve holds $13,637,095. The mineral tax reserve has $428,927. Forest reserve is $0, and landfill closure fund reserve fund is $1,200,000. $200,000, sorry, $1,200,000.
Thank you. I think the only thing significantly different on this year's budget is the fact that the mineral tax reserves are being handled a little different due to state statute changes to where they can pay at different times. And so we've actually had one or two of our companies pay ahead of time. And so that money is being held out in the $4,446,357 into next year's budget as it pays forward. Is that correct, Steve?
That is correct.
Okay. Again, this is a public hearing. Are there any comments, thoughts, concerns from the public on the proposed budget for 23-24? Any comments from the public? Hearing none. Now.
One more?
So that's resolution 2023-39, and the last resolution is to provide income necessary to finance Park County, Wyoming for the fiscal year 23-24. Whereas on July 18th of July 2023, this board adopted a Park County budget for the fiscal year ending June 30, 24, calling for the following appropriations. General fund total $32,953,816. Solid waste fund, $4,129,000. American Recovery Fund, $6 million. County Road Fund, $861,891. Opioid Fund, $0. Congressional Tour, $0. E911 Services Fund, $266,000. Other funds total $11,256,891. General Fund amount to be raised $12,906,115 with a mill levy of 0.012. Now therefore be resolved by the Board of County Commissioners that the foregoing levies be made for the 2023-24 fiscal year ending June 30, 24. That'll be resolution 2023-40.
On that, Ms. Renner, the opioid possibility, there could be income there. We just don't know because of the Supreme Court decisions.
Correct.
Okay. Any discussion on income resolution? Any public discussion on the income resolution? Okay. Yeah, I think you're on.
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
I move to close public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing on the budget. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes. It's a pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the final budget. Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the final budget as stated. Is there any further discussion?
Just a point, Madam Chair, about thanking Steve for the numbers and crunching those, and Colleen for putting together the budget message and doing all the work that they did behind the scenes. Certainly appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Vouchers and payroll.
Yeah, vouchers. Payroll's okay. Okay, the next thing, thank you, Mike. The next thing on our agenda then is to approve the payment of the vouchers.
Madam Chair, move to approve the payment of the vouchers.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the vouchers as listed. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, vouchers are approved. Thank you. Okay, we have a couple minutes and then we will have a public hearing on Trout Creek Ranch floodplain. Thanks.
Lucy, yeah.
This program.
Filled out my signature. So. I know.
S-E-E.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. I forgot to give the last week about it.
I knew as soon as I did it, it was like,
Excuse me. It's 9:45, so our next agenda item is Planning Director Joy Hill regarding public hearing, Trout Creek Ranch floodplain permit number 4-23.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have the application of John Hine. He's an engineer from Morrison Merrily representing the applicant, Trout Creek Ranch LLC. We received their application on June 8th of 2023, and significant supplemental material was provided as well. The applicant has requested that this application move forward despite no response from the Army Corps of Engineers regarding their approval of the project. Ownership of the property in question is proven by document number 2001-4515 in the clerk's records to Trout Creek Ranch LLC. So the applicant is requesting approval to complete a stream bank stabilization / restoration project along approximately 250 feet of rapidly retreating bank line on the north bank of the North Fork of the Shoshone River. Just a note, when we sent the public hearing notice out, I think we put the wrong number of feet for the project. It should be 250. And I'll talk about the history of the project, which was originally a larger section of the stream. The regulations that apply are the 2015 Park County Development Standards and Regulations, Chapter 4, Section 5A under Floodplain Overlay District. So we have to review project and development activity within the mapped special flood hazard area. As shown in Figure 1 of the project, it's approximately 12.5 miles west-southwest of Cody. It's within Tract 50 in Section 16, Lot 24 of Township 52 North, Range 104 West. According to the records of the assessor's office, there are 3 guest houses that were constructed or improved in 2002, 3 sheds that were constructed or improved between 1930 and 2004, and a farm utility building, which was constructed or improved in 1970. Of these structures, the nearest is approximately 50 feet from the proposed project site. The project site topography is shown in Figure 2. And neighboring uses in the area are primarily residential and agricultural. There are public lands nearby to the north and south. So as mentioned, there's a little bit of history on this project. According to the applicant, the main channel of the river has migrated up to 172 feet with an average of 95 feet since 1954. There is a figure in the staff report that shows that migration. And this particular migration is threatening several of the structures on the property. In 2017, by resolution 2017-37, the board approved a floodplain development permit for the restoration of 480 linear feet of the stream bank on this property. That project used a bioengineering approach, including dense whole willow plantings and lower bank armoring with cobbles and boulders. In June of 2022, as most of you know, we had historic flooding on the North Fork. It was the highest peak stream flow event since 1991, and it resulted in no deformation of the 2017 project site. So as you'll see in Figure 5, the applicant provided pictures showing that has withstood that event. The applicant proposes to replicate the design and installation methods of 2017 for use on this additional section of stream bank. The current conditions at the proposed project site are shown in Figures 6 and 7. There has been significant displacement of native boulders, riprap, cobble, and gravel that's evident in that area. So this particular project involves stabilizing, like I said, 250 feet of eroding bank line. It's immediately downstream of the work that was done in 2017. Current rates of erosion are encroaching on flood irrigated hayfields and putting existing cabins on the high terrace at risk. The project objectives include arresting current and historical rates of channel migration and establishing a densely vegetated upper bank zone to stabilize soils and create channel edge riparian habitat. The applicant reviewed a variety of hydrologic data sources, including previous studies in the project area, to establish a peak flow rate of 20,000 CFS for the 1% annual exceedance probability. That's the AEP flood, or what we regularly call the 100-year flood, to estimate base flood elevations for the project. Note there is a LOMA, that's a letter of map amendment that was awarded nearby. A lot of the data was used from that particular application. So the applicant calculated an estimated maximum increase in the BFE of 0.19 feet for the project. Impacts of that BFE are not expected to carry downstream of the project and are expected to be negligible within several hundred feet upstream of the proposed project. Additional project details that were provided by the applicant in the supplementary documentation are as follows. Project work will occur over less than a 2-week period in October of 2023. Construction materials will include native riverbed cobble and boulders, a buried riprap toe foundation, and 60 to 70 site collected and transplanted whole mature willows. And you can see figure 8 for how that placement is done. Tracked excavators and a front end loader will be used to transfer materials to the bank line. Temporary storage of offsite materials will be outside of the floodplain. Minimal short-term turbidity will result from project work. The landowner actively addresses weed control and will monitor weed emergence. And the project site will be left in near pristine condition prior to demobilizing equipment. Public notice for this hearing was published in the Cody Enterprise on July 3rd and July 11th. Neighbor notices were sent as required to landowners within 660 feet of the property boundary on June 29th. Note again, there was an error in the proposed work area being 475 feet. It should just be 250 or 250 linear feet. The 475 referenced the previous project. Agency notices were sent on June 27th to the county engineer, county treasurer, weed and pest, fire district, fire inspector, game and fish, Army Corps of Engineers, local conservation district, and Trout Unlimited. Agency responses: in a letter dated March 3rd, weed and pest stated a long-term noxious weed management plan is not required, but recommends that best management practices be followed. In an email from June 27th, Eric Hargett of the DEQ stated that the proposed dredge or fill activity requires U.S. Army Corps of Engineer approval or DEQ approval dependent upon the activity and the classification of the waters. In an email dated June 27th, Jerry Parker of the Fire Protection District number 2 indicated that because the project will not impact access to the structures on the property, he has no issues. In an email dated June 28th, the Park County Treasurer's Office stated taxes are paid in full for the property. In an email dated June 28th, Laura Burkhart of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department addressed her review of project impacts on fishery resources. She sought additional information about the source of project materials and the process for harvesting the materials, and addressed construction timing related to brown trout spawning. Laura sent a follow-up email on July 11th stating the applicant provided additional information and she has no additional comments or concerns. In an email dated June 29th, Michael Happold of Corps of Engineers stated that the project has been assigned, but we have yet to receive a response. July 10th, the Park County engineer stated that he reviewed the project materials, found the rise in BFE to be acceptable. He expects minimal impacts to upstream and downstream properties and has no additional comments. In an email dated July 11th, the applicant indicated they have submitted a PCN or pre-construction notification application to the Corps of Engineers. And again, no response has been received from the Corps of Engineers or DEQ as pertaining to any permit requirements specifically. In the staff report, no public comments had been received this morning. I received a message that came in on Saturday from Stephen Toy. He received, of course, the notice of this public hearing. It said he's unable to attend the meeting, but does enter into the record that he has no objection to the stream bank protection project. I did have a conversation with an adjacent landowner who had some concerns. He may or may not be here today. I'll allow that to be determined during the public hearing. So as you know, we have factors that need to be considered in order to approve or deny a floodplain permit. The applicant addressed each one of these. I provided their response, and where appropriate, I may have added some information from staff. So number 1, danger to life and property due to flooding or erosion damage. The applicant stated the project will not increase the danger of flooding from the base flood for structures within the floodplain and will reduce danger of erosion damage from flooding. Number 2, the susceptibility of the proposed facility and its contents to flood damage and the effect of such damage on the owner. The applicant states the base flood stays in the main channel, so the property in question is not at risk from flood damage. Staff adds the project proposes to reduce the susceptibility of the property to flood damage. Number 3, the danger that materials may be swept onto the other lands to the injury of others. The applicant states the project has been designed to prevent construction materials from being swept downstream. Staff adds, while the intent is to increase stream bank stability, there is a chance that materials may become dislodged during a high flow event, thus sweeping materials downstream. Number 4, the compatibility of the proposed use with existing and anticipated development. The applicant states the project will return the riverbank to a naturally occurring bank with native riparian habitat. which is compatible with the intended agricultural and recreational use of the property. There is no additional known development for the parcel. Number 5, the safety of access to the property in times of flood. For ordinary and emergency vehicles, the applicant states the base flood stays in the main channel at the property, so there's safe access for ordinary and emergency vehicles during a flood. Staff adds the project will not impact access to the property as it is from the highway. Number 6, costs of providing governmental services during and after flood conditions, including maintenance and repair of streets, bridges, and public utilities and facilities. The applicant states the project will reduce the risk of damage from erosion for the parcel, so there's less risk of cost for emergency governmental services. There are no other governmental services associated with the parcel. Number 7, expected heights, velocity, duration, rate of rise, and sedimentation of floodwaters. The applicant states the project will reduce erosion during flood events and therefore reduce sedimentation of floodwaters. Please note the BFE is 0.19 increase as part of that factor. Number 8, the necessity to the facility for a waterfront location. Applicant states there are no new facilities or structures with this project. It is not feasible or cost effective to move the existing structures away from their waterfront location. Number 9, the availability of alternative locations not subject to flooding or erosion. The applicant states there are no new facilities or structures with this project. It is not feasible, again, or cost effective to move the existing structures. The project will reduce the risk of erosion damage for the property. And number 10, the relationship of the proposed use to the land use plan. Applicant states agriculture and recreational proposed use of the parcel is in line with the agricultural land use in the GR5 zoning of the parcel. Staff just adds that the 1998 land use plan specifies the county will regulate building in floodplains, maintain a balance between human needs and protection of the environment, and enforce existing laws on river channeling and river work. Regulation and enforcement of existing laws is met with this permit. Note the project is not an alteration of a water course, which would require a separate factor to be addressed. Staff recommends approval of this particular application with the following conditions. Please note that there were 8 in the staff report. Number 1 can go away because we did receive the response, as you saw, from the county engineer. So we're left with 7. The applicant shall provide evidence of and comply completely with the terms of U.S. Army Corps of Engineers approval and DEQ approval if applicable to the Planning and Zoning Department prior to commencing the permitted activities. Number 2, the floodplain development permit applies only to the repair and stabilization of approximately 250 feet of the north bank of the North Fork Shoshone River along the property addressed as 3524 North Fork Highway, Cody, Wyoming, according to the detailed plans provided by the applicant for this project. Number 3, the floodplain development permit is valid for 1 year from the date of approval. Number 4, the county personnel may conduct site visits during or following the completion of construction. Number 5, the applicant shall notify the floodplain administrator when project work is complete and provide photographs of pre and post construction conditions. Number 6, any change to the proposed project or development in the floodplain that are not expressly addressed by this permit shall require separate floodplain development permit. And number 7, the applicant shall otherwise comply with the Park County, Wyoming 2015 development standards and regulations and any applicable state or federal laws. Madam Chair, I'll leave it to you for discussion.
This is a public hearing, so I'd ask if there's anyone from the public that would like to comment on this application.
A quick question for staff. When you were reading the staff recommendations, you were off a number. Is that what I
Because
have?
number 1 went away.
Was out.
Yeah. So I just decreased each of them by 1.
Any comments from the public? Yes, sir.
Ed Reed from Morrison, Maryland. I'm here standing in for John Hines, who submitted the application for this permit for Trout Creek Ranch. This is a continuation of a design that worked in 2017, just upstream. It approved by all the agencies, necessary agencies. It proved itself. It worked in 2022 in the high events, but we know it worked, no detrimental effects. We've seen in the pictures what the erosion has been, it continues to be along that river. So it's beneficial that we stop the erosion, and this will actually prevent less erosion going in the river, the fisheries, and so forth. So it actually creates a better habitat along that embankment. So we ask you to please look this over and approve the application.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Yes, sir.
I'm Fred Morgan. We own property adjacent to Trout Creek Ranch on the south bank of
Okay.
Lake North Fork. I have no problem with the application and what's being done. I do have one concern, and that concern is that in the last several years, we've lost over 80 feet of riverbank. And this was 6 or 7 feet high riverbank, which is lost. The application makes no concession or concern for the downstream effect of changing the river channel. The river channel used to be on the north bank of the Shoshone. It's now on the south bank, and that's where we lost the property. So there is a concern for potential damage because of changing the main channel of the river.
Okay.
Now that did not seem to be addressed in the instructions for filling this permit out. And it may be a consideration that be a concern in future permits.
Thank you. Sil, do you have any concern or comments or response? Go ahead. Is
Oh,
there
I'm
anything-
sorry, you were talking to me?
Yeah.
I thought you said, no, I didn't have anything to say. You know, I think it's pretty obvious, with historic flow that we've had, this channel migration is naturally occurring, you know, over the span of decades. When a river pulls dirt from one side, it has to deposit it somewhere else downstream. And so that is just the natural life cycle of a river. You know, you can see in figure 4 that we've got, you know, A gradation on the south side of the river. You know, there's just going to be more deposition happening on that side as the north side cuts away. And over time, you'll see a reverse in that exact pattern. It's just a matter of when.
Okay. And that is reviewed and looked at a little bit when you're reviewing these.
Yeah, and
applications.
you know, Brian Edwards in his review, you know, also indicated he felt the impacts upstream and downstream would be negligible. I mean, anytime you do a project, you're going to see some kind of an impact, but they're just restoring the material. So they're taking the material from where it fell, bringing it back and then adding willows into the mix. So are you changing the river course or returning it to where it was is the question.
Okay. Are there any other public comments? Any other comments from the public?
Madam Chair. A question from the representative here from Morrison Merrily. In the continuation of what you're doing, from what you did on the first phase, are you technically changing the direction of the river or just reinforcing the actual existing bank?
Reinforcing the existing bank as it is.
Okay.
We're not actually changing the channel.
Okay.
No, we're just armoring the bank where it is at the present moment.
Okay. You're not actually moving out in there to redirect it?
No.
Okay.
No. And there is a diagram of the in there that shows where it'll be placed.
Okay, thanks.
Ask one more time if there's any further public comments.
Madam Chair, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Been moved in second to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. It's the pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I move we approve the Trout Creek Ranch floodplain permit with the 7 staff recommendations.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the application with the 7 remaining staff recommendations. Further discussion?
Yes, clarification. We can go back, but maybe I could just ask Joy. Oh, there it is. It does include only if upon approval of the D. Okay.
Core and the DEQ.
Okay.
If applicable. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Resolution 2023-41.
4-1. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Joy. Thank you, Mr. Reed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Kim.
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
Our 10:05 agenda item is Kim Delaman with Planning and Zoning, a public hearing on Bontrager special use permit number 252.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant for this is Marvin Bontrager. This property is in the GRP zoning district. The planning area is Cody Powell Rule. We did receive an application from Mr. Bontrager in April, included a site map, which you had a chance to see, that was submitted by the applicant, a vicinity map. He also submitted a site plan and a floor plan. And so in these documents, essentially what I'm just trying to summarize what is shown. It shows the location of the building relative to property lines. It shows unloading and loading areas. It shows a floor plan where I think he plans to put an office and a bathroom. And then it also shows basically just the relationship between rooms. And Mr. Bontrager also submitted a document that we titled Supplemental Application Information that basically just has specifics, type of activities, traffic, parking, utilities, things like that, and employees. So the requested action is to approve the special use permit. This will be a cottage industry. The applicant would like to construct essentially equine shelters, also possibly some small barns, livestock sheds. This will occur in a future shop building, so the building is not constructed yet. It will be no larger than 5,000 square feet in floor area. He would like to have I guess a lean-to area outside the shop building under a roof supported by poles or columns to cover his materials essentially from the weather and from the sun. This area will be on his property and it will be less than 5 acres in size, all total. Construction will occur inside the shop building. Mr. Bontrager will be essentially an employee. He'll have also 2 family members as employees and possibly up to 2 non-resident employees. He plans the hours of the operation to be 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m., 6 days per week. And one of the last times we visited, I reiterated, is he okay with those days and hours? And he said he was. So we did classify this as a cottage industry. It's a business located on the proprietor's property, no more than 5,000 square feet, no more than 5 non-resident employees. Ownership, the Bontragers own this property. Legal description is it's on a just over a 111 acre parcel. The location you can see in figure 1. It's about 5 miles southeast of Powell, just north of County Lane 11, and approximately half a mile west of the intersection of Lane 11 and Road 3. Property does have an address of 351 Lane 11. And again, that's shown in figure 1. The zoning district, as I mentioned, is GRP. Cottage industries are allowed there, provided an SUP is approved. Neighboring land use is shown in figure 2. This property is surrounded mostly by agricultural. There are a few exempt pieces in the area that I believe are owned by the state of Wyoming and some residential vacant land in the area. In terms of site characteristics, the applicant does reside, as I mentioned, on this property. He has a permitted residence and permitted septic on the north portion of this property. Also several permitted accessory uses. The topography of the parcel, as you can see in figure 3, really has little change in elevation. This obviously is a public hearing. Those notices were put in the Powell Tribune on July 3rd and July 11th, consistent with our regs. Written notice to neighbors, that was mailed on June 30th. And then, of course, the staff report was shared with Mr. Bontrager and with you prior to today. In terms of agency referrals, we notified DEQ. They responded with that standard letter that they provide us, basically talking about notifications and permits should they be required. Game and Fish responded. They have no wildlife comments with this project. Park County Treasurer responded. They said taxes are paid in full. Willwood Irrigation District, they responded. We notified them, although this is not in their district. They did respond, talked about the Elk Level Canal area. However, they did say the district said they have no problem with this use. We did reach out to the Elk Water Users Association. Fred Hopkin responded. He said he's familiar with the property and with the project, and he has no concerns. Weed and Pest responded. Their initial inspection found no noxious weeds. However, Mary does recommend the applicant follow best management practices. Public Works responded. We shared that with you. They confirmed access to the property is from County Lane 11. They mentioned a valid address. Public Works does not anticipate an increase, a substantial increase in traffic as a result of this use. And they said they will not require a drainage plan. We've received no public comments. P&Z reviewed this project on June 21st. They recommended with conditions. There were just 4 conditions. You had a chance to see those. Of course, this is an SUP, so we do talk about compatibility, and Mr. Bontrager did provide a statement talking about those. I'll just summarize. Again, all the activities, construction activities will occur inside the shop. Solar panels will power indoor lights. Tools will be battery operated or connected to an air compressor. No outdoor lighting is proposed. Again, the applicant plans for 2 resident employees and up to 2 neighbor or 2 non-resident employees. I think they might be neighbors. The coordination of the sales and coordination of deliveries and material, that will be done by an agent located out of state that Mr. Bontrager will work with. He will basically just be the manager on site of this operation. Already mentioned the days and hours of work. Customers will not frequent this property, so there'll be no sales by customers coming and seeing the sheds. Mr. Bontrager plans to have an outdoor boiler burning scrap wood that will heat the building floor, so that will provide heat. He anticipates delivery of materials will occur once every 6 to 8 weeks. Mr. Bontrager anticipates that few, if any, completed structures will be staged outside. Most sheds will be transported immediately or soon after following construction. He feels like on average a structure will be completed every 3 weeks. And this covered area where materials will be stored will be connected to the shop. Also, there'll be an unloading and loading area. Building plans I mentioned includes a bathroom, a break room office, and a storage room. He said a cistern will store water for washing in for bathrooms, so he is planning to have a bathroom. So he is planning an in-ground septic system that's not in the ground yet. Of course, it will require a permit. And bottled water will be used for drinking. So this future building will not be within 20 feet of a county road right away. There's no covenants that are existing or proposed. No outdoor lighting is proposed. This property has no known nonconformities. No nuisances have been reported to us. Our conclusion was, given the nature and circumstances of this use, no soils review is warranted. Essentially, this is a 5,000 square foot building that a lot of people have for shops or garages. Access is from County Lane 11. Again, bottled water will be provided to employees to drink. In terms of parking, Madam Chair, of course, this is a non-residential use, and from our regs, it technically says 1 parking space is required for each 400 square feet of floor area. That would be 13 parking stalls. However, the use will not require any customer parking, and we feel should employee parking be necessary, they can park in that loading or unloading area. So we feel like the potential for parking, should it be necessary, is sufficient. Again, there will be a permitted septic system associated with this use. Energy is going to be provided by solar panels, batteries, and a generator. No signs are proposed. And should there be solid waste, there are companies that can facilitate that removal. No specific criteria identified for this use. The use isn't an ag overlay district. We commented in the staff report on the top of page 9. We feel there will be no aspects of this proposed use that will negatively impact neighboring ag activities. No pets, no pests, no weeds. And this use should not be negatively impacted by area ag practices. And of course, Mr. Bontrager, he lives there. He's aware of neighboring ag practices. Site plan review is required for cottage industry if the development exceeds construction of a building more than 5,000 square feet, or if development is more than an acre. We feel like those conditions or thresholds are not met, so we feel site plan review is not required. We have a number of findings. Madam Chair, our staff recommendation is, should you feel like you should approve this use, we recommend the following conditions. One is Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations shall apply. Any proposed modifications to the floor area of the building or enclosure of the outdoor space will require county review. Prior to commencement of the use, a building permit and small wastewater permit shall be approved by our department. Number 4, another conditions we're recommending is no more than 2 structures completed as part of this use shall be stored outside of the shop at any time. Any structure stored outside shall not remain on the site for longer than 30 days, and the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development standards and regulations. And I'm happy to answer questions. Should you have any?
Any questions from the commission members at this time? Okay, this is a public hearing, so I would ask if there are any public comments on this proposed SUP. Any public comments?
Madam Chair, just a question to the applicant. These are made to order structures, then
it will be, all the orders come in online to the salesman or the one over me in Kentucky. He gets all the orders. They get sent to Pennsylvania for engineered drawings, and from there they come to me. That's why there's no customer base on my property.
now, as far as you finish this structure and the customer is responsible for picking up that
No.
structure?
He's got a trucking company out of Pennsylvania. They haul cabins from there way out west. They will come in when they're out here, and they come every 3 to 4 weeks. They come out west. They will stop. Anything that's done, pick up and go back again. Or if there's a load of material coming in, if he can do it, he'll pick up and take it.
So there wouldn't be a problem with having 2 structures outside for 30 days then, as far as staff recommendation?
As far as mine, no, it's just the timing when the trucks go through.
Mhm.
I think 30 days is gonna be a good number for, as soon as they get done, I call him, Dan, in Kentucky, and then he gets everything arranged to get them shipped.
And just for the record, would you identify yourself, please?
Sorry, Marvin Bontrager.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you. Any other public comment? Hearing none.
Madam Chair, I move close public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I too am a little concerned, on condition number 4 of the 30 days, just simply because I just want to put a rule in there that affects you. You say every 4 weeks, the trucking company, if timing you may overlap and it'd be more, I mean, you have a problem with 60 days? I mean, is there a reason we want to keep it under 30? I just don't want to hamstring him from.
Is there anything in our regs that dictate anything like that, or this was just a?
Where does the 30 days come from?
So my understanding was, speaking with Marvin, that really there wasn't a chance for many of these or any of these to be stored outside for any length of time. We just wanted to prevent a possible
Backlog.
future problem. I think 30 days was just an arbitrary number. We thought it would be long enough.
The staff doesn't have a problem if it jumped it to 6. I mean, if he has a trucking company coming every 4 weeks, and he puts one out, it could overlap. And if you, I could see it being possibly kind of an issue. And if staff doesn't have a problem, I'd like to modify number 4 if we approve to at least 60 days. If that,
I'm fine with that, yeah. I'd be fine with that. It's just
there's-
timing.
Mhm.
We know how trucking can be.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and I'd be fine with 60 days.
I think we'd be fine.
staff doesn't have an issue with it.
We don't think it'll be a problem. We're just,
Right.
it isn't a problem until it is.
The idea is to keep them moving, but we don't want to limit it to the point where if truck's 3 days late, there's a problem. I mean, I can understand that, so. Any other comments from the commissioners?
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
I move to approve the name Bontrager. Special use permit 252 with modification along with staff recommendations as modifying number 4 to 60 days in lieu of 30.
The second.
Okay, a motion and a second to approve the SUP with the staff recommendations changing the 30 days to 60 days. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. With the change.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, commissioners.
Resolution 2023-42.
Okay, thank you, Colleen.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move right along. Our 1020 public hearing is again Kim Dillvan, Park County Planning and Zoning Assistant Director. With a public hearing on Hines Homestead, minor subdivision number 75 sketch plan.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicants for this are the Hines. This property is in the GRP zoning district. The planning area is Cody Powell Rural. We did receive an application for this minor subdivision from the applicants on May 10th of this year, including payment sketch plan, copy notice of intent to subdivide and other documents. We did receive a revised sketch plan, which you see in figure 1 and figure 2. We received that in early June. The applicants request approval of what will be, if it's approved, a 3-lot subdivision. One lot will be 34.11 acres. One lot will be 2.5 acres. One lot will be 3.05 acres. Each will be possibly used for agricultural and or residential. The ownership, it's owned by the Hines, this property. We have classified this as a minor subdivision. I mentioned this is in the GRP zoning district. The lot sizes as proposed are consistent with that zoning district. The location, Madam Chair. Oh, and I should mention that the sketch plan is both in figure 1 and 2, so it's 2 pages. The location is shown in figure 3. The proposed subdivision is approximately 3 miles southeast of Powell. It's on the west side of County Road 6, and it's northwest of County Lane 11.5. Has an address of 5. The property has an address of 595 Lane 11.5 Powell. Site characteristics, Madam Chair. So proposed lot 1 is developed with a permitted residence, does have a septic, permitted septic, does have a well, does have an outbuilding. And you can see in figure 4 in the topo map, the property on the south and east side of the Elk Level Canal. So there is a canal that runs through this property. Property east and southeast of that is fairly flat. However, on the northwest side of the canal, between that and the river, there's some moderate slope down to the Shoshone River. There are no irrigation water rights on this property, although the property is in the Willwood Irrigation District. Part of this property is in a special flood hazard area because of the river on the west edge of the parcel along the river. And Madam Chair, you did see this on the top of page 5 in our staff report, there is a US patent of lot 75Z that's recorded that placed a permanent restriction in the document. It talks about it constituting a covenant with the land that no land shall be cultivated or buildings constructed in the flood zone of the Shoshone River or on any land north of Elk Canal. And you can see that, Madam Chair, in figure 1, when you look at the first page of the sketch plan, that area that's hatched, that is basically that no build, no construction zone. Neighboring land use, you can see in figure 5, neighboring land uses are a combination of agricultural and residential. There is a Bureau of Rec, small Bureau of Rec parcel to the southwest. There are some other subdivisions in the area. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything in regarding to the characteristics, because as you know, this property does have a number of characteristics. Municipal review, this property is not within a mile of a municipality, therefore municipal review is not required. Notice of intent was in the Powell Tribune on May 2nd and May 9th. This is a public hearing. That notice was in the Powell Tribune once on July 3rd, once on July 11th. The neighbor notice was mailed on June 29th. We shared this packet with the applicant and with all of you prior to today. Agency referrals, a number of agencies were notified. Park County Fire Protection District 1 was notified. They can provide fire protection. TCT responded they can provide some services. They do have presence in the area. Mail will be delivered by the Postal Service when that is required. MDU responded. They said they have natural gas service in the area. However, it appears to be at least 1,500 feet away. So there's no gas adjacent. And of course, this is a minor, so gas is not required. But in this case, MDU can provide service if the applicant requests it. We did get a response from the Elk Waters Users Association. They commented that this property has the Elk Canal running through it. And they said the Elk Canal has an easement of 50 feet from the center of the canal on each side for access and maintenance. Park County School District 1 responded. They will be able to have supply bus stops should there be children need bus transportation. Park County Treasurer responded. Property taxes are paid on this property. DEQ responded with their standard letter. Game and Fish said they responded they have no wildlife comments. They did provide their standard subdivision considerations. Weed and Pest, Mary completed initial inspection, found noxious weeds, will require a long-term noxious weed control plan. We did get a response from the Willwood Irrigation District. They talked about culverts. They talked about a drainage. Actually, there's 2 drainages. We received an email on June 30th, and then a letter on July 6th. So, Madam Chair, I just want to skip to, I know you all saw this map. It's towards the back of the packet. It's this map that has the red and the green arrows. So these are drainage ditches. My understanding is what the Willwood Irrigation District said is the red drainage also has a 50-foot wide easement from the center, I assume on both sides. That drainage needs to be protected. The green arrow, that smaller drainage ditch, Willwood said that is no longer in operation. They said that can be filled in.
Mostly on lot 3.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. Yep.
Thank you.
Primarily through lot 3. The other drainage goes through all 3
Right.
lots.
Okay.
Public Works responded. They talked about legal access existing from Road 6 and County Road 11.5. Both are county maintained roads. Public Works thought the increase in daily traffic would not alter the classification. Public Works said no, to their understanding, no new roads are proposed. They said there's an existing access to proposed lot 1, which they're going to grandfather. Otherwise, addresses, they said, for proposed lots from Road 6 can be attained should there be an approved building permit. Mailbox locations will need to be permitted and approved by Public Works and the Postal Service. Public Works said a drainage and erosion control plan will not be required. We've not received a response back from Willwood Light and Power. And Madam Chair, as you know, since this is a minor, our regs do require electricity be made adjacent to each lot. So that has not been confirmed. We have in our packet that we had not received a SOLS report, that we do have one. A SOLS report has been received. We do have that, Madam Chair. We've not received any public comments. There was a pre-application meeting that occurred on March 28th. We did receive an application for the sketch plan. Fees have been paid. We do have a current title report. The date of that is April of this year. As I mentioned already, no new roads or shared driveways are proposed. Solid waste disposal services, of course, are provided by private companies. Again, I'll just reiterate, Willwood Light and Power has not responded, so we have no confirmation whether or not power is adjacent to each lot. MDU has responded, TCT has responded, regard communication. In terms of hazards, there are some steep slopes, primarily on the western bank of the canal, sloping down towards the river. And as I mentioned before, a portion of this property is within a special flood hazard area. Of course, the sketch plan, you had a chance to see that. The existing structures, any well, septic facilities are shown on the sketch plan. Access to each of these lots will be either from Road 6 or from County Lane 11.5. Madam Chair, in terms of wastewater requirements, there was a percolation test that was done on proposed lot 3 in April of this year. Those perk rates range from 13 minutes per inch to 40. There is an existing septic system on proposed lot 1. The perk tests for that were 10 to 20 minutes per inch. So it appears like percolation rates are sufficient for conventional systems. There was a groundwater cut made on proposed lot 3 also in April. That was down to a depth of 10 feet. No groundwater or impervious layers were discovered. The existing septic permit on lot 1 reported groundwater at greater than 20 feet. Based upon all that, Madam Chair, we feel like conventional systems will likely be sufficient should the subdivision be approved and development occurred. In terms of domestic water, the applicant provided a water well sample from their well located at 595 lane 11.5. That was done in February of 2021. No E. coli or total coliform was detected. Lead was detected at 0.005 milligrams per liter. That's below the maximum contaminant level of 0.015. Arsenic was also detected. That was detected at 0.006, which is below the maximum contaminant level of 0.01. So both those things were detected, but they're below the level considered objectionable. Nitrogen was detected at 0.20 milligrams per liter. That's below the maximum contaminant level of 10. TDS was reported at 770 parts per million, which is considered objectionable, but TDS basically produces cloudy water, might have an odor, might have a taste. And that's a secondary standard. So it really is generally not a health concern. We talked about fluoride. We talked about pH level. Madam Chair, one more thing. Sodium, of course, which is a nutrient, but it was detected at a level of almost 300 parts per million, which is somewhat high. So really, I think the conclusion is people on a low sodium diet should be aware of that and should consult their doctors if need be. That is somewhat objectionable. Ag impacts, the applicant, in our opinion, have not proposed any changes expected to impact neighboring ag activities. They will be required to comply with weed and pest. The future development is not expected to cause further disturbances of weeds, pest, or litter or domestic pets. This parcel is in an ag overlay district. Of course, that gives you the opportunity, should you see fit, to recommend changes to this if you feel like ag operations will be affected, or if you think ag operations might affect this. You can obviously suggest or make changes to the subdivision. Water rights, this parcel is crossed by that Elk Canal. However, there are no irrigation water rights on the property. The Shoshone River does lie adjacent to this property, so therefore our regs say a note will be required on the final plat regarding riparian rights. I mentioned this is in the ag overlay district, and of course, as you know, part of this is in a flood overlay district. The planning and zoning reviewed the sketch plan in June. They recommended conditions. Madam Chair, I'll just mention some of the conditions that P&Z had. Number 3 was a response from Willwood Light and Power. As I mentioned, that condition has not been met yet. We've not heard from them. Number 4 of P&Z's condition was an approved long-term noxious weed management plan. That was before final plat. Of course, we're not there yet. Their number 5 condition was a response from Public Works. That condition has been met. And their number 6 condition was a soils report. That condition has been met. And then number 12, Madam Chair, condition from P&Z was the applicant shall provide evidence of net acreage available for building space on lots 2 and 3. And that condition has not been met. And really, you know, we agree with that because lots 2 and 3 are relatively small. Seem like there's a lot going on, easements. So we would like to see a map showing building area. Madam Chair, we have findings. We recommend approval of the sketch plan. Do you want me to read conditions? I know there's a lot of them. Yeah.
If you want them in the record.
Okay. You okay? Okay. I'll be brief. So we do recommend approval of the sketch plan for Himes Homestead. Our first recommended condition is the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. The applicant shall place the following note and designate the subject area on the final plat. Pursuant to patent number 497672, recorded in in book 9, pages 398 through 399. No land shall be cultivated or buildings constructed in the floodplain of the Shoshone River or on any of the land north of the Elk Canal within lot 75Z. The applicant shall provide a response from Willwood Light and Power to the Planning and Zoning Department prior to final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners. The applicant shall provide an approved long-term noxious weed management plan to the Planning and Zoning Department prior to final plat review by the County Commissioners. The applicant shall place the following condition on the final plat. Any access approach that is intended to serve the lots of this subdivision shall meet Park County Road and Bridge standards and will require a right-of-way permit from Public Works. The applicant shall place the following condition on the final plat. Any crossings of Willwood Irrigation Facility should be reviewed and approved by the Willwood Irrigation District to ensure proper installation, culvert sizing, continued maintenance of the district. Madam Chair, our recommended condition number 7 was a soils report. So I have that crossed out. I don't believe it's necessary.
Okay.
So I'll just renumber these. Now, number 7 is the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. Seller does not warrant to the purchaser that there are any rights to the natural flow of any stream within or adjacent to the proposed subdivision. Wyoming law does not recognize any riparian rights to the continued natural flow of a stream or river for persons living on the banks of the stream or river. Condition number 8, following board approval of the sketch plan and prior to board's review of the final plat. The applicant shall submit an appropriate subdivision improvements agreement, if applicable, addressing all required improvements for review by staff and approval by the county attorney and the board. New number 9, condition number 9, the applicant shall place the following note of the final plat. Water quality appears to be safe for human consumption. However, well water test results from lot 1 detected TDS level, fluoride and pH at objectionable levels. Also, individuals on low sodium diet should note elevated sodium levels were detected, which can contribute to hypertension. Treatment and or monitoring of water, well water is recommended. Then new condition number 10, the applicant shall place the following note of the final plat. Any proposed water wells on these subdivision lots shall be permitted by the Wyoming State Engineer's Office prior to installation. New recommended condition number 11, the final plat shall contain a notice of the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act. Number 12, the applicant shall provide a site plan evidencing net acreage available for building space and ability to meet well and septic setbacks on lots 2 and 3 to the Planning and Zoning Department prior to final plat review by the county commissioners. And new number 13, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development regulations and minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 185306. Thank you, Madam Chair. I can answer questions.
Okay, which one did you throw out?
Number
So
7.
6 or 7?
Yeah, number 7.
Number 7.
Yeah, because that was requirement of the soils report, but we have now a soils report.
Gotcha.
Only thing I'd like to say is I kind of like the fact that this is the first subdivision in a long time that there's no ag land being used. It's
True. Yes.
it's land
Good
that's
point.
great for development.
Yes.
This is a public hearing, so are there any public comments?
I would just add,
If you'd identify yourself.
I'm sorry, I'm Ron Himes, the owner of the main temple, but
Okay,
Skip, I have talked to Skip Hart, who does the electric to the property. It's relatively months ago, and he said he's gonna find out what it's gonna cost him to bring it in. It's on our property,
Mhm.
that number 1. So he's planning to do that, I know, but I have not heard back from him. so-
okay. As long as we have it by final plat so that we absolutely know what the plan is.
All right.
Okay. Any other public comments on this proposed subdivision? No other public comments? Okay.
Madam Chair, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Been moved in second to close the public hearing on Himes Homestead subdivision. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
I
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I move we approve the Hines Homestead sketch plan, minor subdivision 75 with the 13 stated staff recommendation.
second.
Been moved and seconded to approve Hines Homestead minor subdivision 75 sketch plan with the 13 reviewed recommendations. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
I
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, we'll see you again.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Resolution 2023-43.
All right. Thank you, Colleen.
Okay, we've got a few minutes. Yep, not as much as that, but.
I have one because we didn't want to use the snowblower, so I didn't realize.
Okay, it's 10:50. You ready? Okay. Our 10:50 agenda item is Kim Delavan, Park County Planning and Zoning Assistant Director, Mullet Simple Sub number 302, final plat.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicants for this project are the Millettes, Arnold and Vicky. This property is in a GR 35 zoning district. The planning area is Clark. We did receive a final plat application from the applicants in May of this year, including payment final plat, other supporting documents. We did receive a revised final plat in June of this year. You see that in figure 1. And the requested action is the applicants request approval of this final plat that will create a 2-lot simple subdivision. One lot will be, well, both of these lots are just a little over 10 acres each. Then there'll be a remaining parcel of 133.38 acres. And these lots will be designated or are designated for residential use. Ownership is the Millettes own this property. The location you can see in figure 2, property is approximately 5.7 miles west of the intersection of Highway 294 and Belfry Highway. Of course, it's in Clark. This property has an address of 88 Bennett Creek Road. Site characteristics, proposed lots 1 and 2 are currently vacant. There is development on the remaining parcel, a permitted residence, septic system, and accessory outbuildings. Those, Madam Chair, are some distance to the west of the proposed 2 lots. The lands are not irrigated. However, there is a ditch serving other property. It runs through the eastern portion of the property from west to east. Bennett Creek does flow through a portion of the proposed remainder parcel. And you can see in figure 3, Madam Chair, that the elevation of the property is somewhat flat, although there is some elevation drop when you go west to east. Neighboring land uses, that's shown in figure 4. Surrounding land uses are primarily residential and residential vacant. There are some BLM managed lands in the area, mostly north and to the west. As I mentioned, this property is in the GR5, is in a GR 35 zoning district. And the applicant requests lot size averaging to create lots that are smaller than 35 acres. Of course, these 2 lots are that. So according to our regs, should this occur, no lots or parcels shall be created smaller than the special minimum lot size, which is in GR 35, that is 4 acres. So our regs say no lots shall be created smaller than that. And the average lot size of lots or parcels created shall equal or exceed the minimum lot size, and that is 35. So these 2 lots, the remaining parcel, this property is eligible for lot size averaging is our opinion. And then on page 6 of our staff report, we go into minimum lot size, we go into special minimum lot size, but our conclusion is all those conditions for lot size averaging are met. And actually, Madam Chair, this property would be eligible for one further division. So when you take the original acres, which I believe is 150 some, divided by 35, you get over 4. And so this property can be split one more time. Okay. The Millettes can create some combination of lots, remaining parcel, 4 pieces essentially. Right now he has 3. So just so you know, somebody could subdivide one more time. This property is not within a mile of any municipality. Notice of intent to subdivide was in the Powell Tribune, January 12th and January 19th of this year. Agency referrals, of course, since this is a subdivision, we're required to notify a list of agencies. We notify other ones that may have a relevant interest. Park County Fire District number 4 responded. They said this property is within their fire district. Park County School District 1 said they will be able to provide bus service if that's necessary. Beartooth Electric responded. They said they currently serve the Millet's residents with overhead power. Of course, this is a simple, and so electricity and gas does not have to be made adjacent to the lots. Nemot Telecommunications responded. They said they can provide communication service to the property. Weed and Pest responded. Mary conducted initial inspections. She discovered noxious weeds. She will require a long-term noxious weed control plan. The Wyoming State Engineer's Office responded. They said there are no water rights that exist on the property. DEQ responded with a standard letter talking about contacts should permits be required. Park County Treasurer responded. Their last email in the end of June of this year confirmed that the second half of property taxes had been paid. I believe in the first notice they said that second half were due, but now all taxes have been paid. Game and Fish responded. They said they have no wildlife comments on the property. Madam Chair, so we received several responses from BLM. And we have that in the staff report starting at the middle of page 8, talking about basically casual access. So originally they talked about the buyer of this property, should the subdivision be approved, would have casual access. They talked about what formal access entails. And I believe they said formal access is required should there be a need to provide road maintenance. Mm-hmm. And so Mr. Millet did in May, well, BLM said in an email or letter dated in May that they did receive an application for an access right-of-way, and they said they will grant a formal application for access. And then we did in June 9th, the applicant provided us with a BLM formal right-of-way permit from BLM and a decision, and it talked about a rental fee terms and the monitoring fee. So this property now does have a BLM formal access to use Bennett Creek across, my understanding, across the BLM property. One more thing, because when we saw that, we thought, well, what about should this be approved? What about the new lot owners? So we reached out to BLM and we asked if Mr. Millet, since he does have a right-of-way permit, should he subdivide it into these 3 parcels? Could he assign that right-of-way permit to an HOA that would cover all 3 parcels? And BLM responded and they said, yes, that would work. So if Mr. Millet wants to, our understanding is he can assign his right-of-way permit, formal access, to an HOA, and then the 2 future lot owners and whoever the remaining parcel owner would be, they would also then have formal access, is my understanding. So anyhow, that's a lot of discussion with BLM. We did get a SOLS report and a cover letter from Powell Clerks for Conservation District. Of course, that's required by state statute for subdivisions. They talked about 4 soils that exist on the property, and they talked about whether or not soil features are limited for dwellings and other things. And then we did have that in the packet. Postal Service, they responded with the letter. They said mail delivery will be available. Madam Chair, towards the top of page 9, we did have some language in here from Park County Title and from Bighorn Savings, and that all stemmed from the fact when originally there was no formal access, we were concerned about the ability to have title, the ability to get a mortgage, but that has essentially been resolved. Okay. We did get a response from Park County Public Works. Public Works talked about proposed lots 1 and 2 have legal access from Bennett Creek Road. They said, Public Works said Bennett Creek Road is not a county road and is not maintained is not maintained by Park County. They said these lots must be addressed in accordance with road and bridge standards when new structured dwellings are proposed. The Public Works said proposed lots 1 and 2 will be addressed from Bennett Creek Road. Public Works also said they're not requiring a drainage and erosion control plan. Madam Chair, several months ago, it's been some time, we did get one public comment and received in opposition to essentially the 10-acre lots because of lot size averaging. They weren't necessarily opposed to the subdivision, just opposed to 10-acre lots in a GR 35 zoning district. And then, of course, we responded in P and Z that the size of these lots are consistent with the regulations using lot size averaging. P and Z reviewed this in April. They recommended approval. They had a number of conditions. As you can see, I believe all those conditions have been met. Plat Review Committee reviewed this final plat end of May. There were some corrections and changes. Then we received a revised version on June 13th, which you see in Figure 1. We have submissions and documents that must be submitted with the final plat. We believe all the final plat conditions have been met. I will mention that a subdivision improvements agreement is not required for this subdivision in our estimation. We have a number of findings. We recommend, Madam Chair, that you approve this final plat of the Millette Simple Subdivision with the following conditions. One is the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation district, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system. In no case shall such utility easements be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. And number 2, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming statute 185306. And I'm happy to answer questions should you have any.
One of the comments that you made, Mr. Delavan, was that this property, because of lot size averaging, could be split one more time.
Yes, yes.
But in no circumstances could it go less than a 4-acre piece.
Exactly. Yes, and the average minimum of those splits need to be at least 35 acres.
This is public hearing, so, oh, this is
No.
final plat, sorry.
Yeah.
Missed that one. Yes,
Madam Chair, I don't really have a problem with any of it other than the BLM right of way thing. Is there something on the plat that, so that the purchaser is aware that they have to pay a fee for that right of way, like Mr. Millette pays an annual 10-year lease, I believe. I mean, we're subdividing a lot that's gonna have a toll road. It's by the federal government.
Yeah.
And no, is that anywhere covered?
I don't know. I don't remember seeing it, but it could be there, and
And
I just didn't see it.
How can it be?
yes, sir. If you would stand and identify yourself, please, for the record.
Arnold Millette, and I have paid the fee for the next 10 years.
Right.
And then the BLM stated that the new applicants could apply after that, but the next 10 years has been paid for those two.
My question is, if they don't pay,
The road
They
goes.
put it on their taxes or kick them out or something, I don't know.
yeah, I'm not sure either.
Yeah.
That's kind of,
We've
that's.
never really had one
Mm-mm.
that has, basically, we're if we're proving a lot that has limited or no access, it has access, but I'm just saying,
Has access for 10 years.
yes.
And my understanding is that's for a formal access. Without the formal access, they call it something like casual or informal
And that's
access.
a title company issue.
I just
Yeah,
wondered if
and
there should be a note on the plat stating that, it is a renewal fee for the access. I don't know if that is up to us. It's a federal thing. I don't want to overstep our authority, but. Buyer beware, I guess. I don't know. Just ask, discuss it.
That's an interesting. We do review all subdivision lots or proposed subdivision lots for access. And in this case, we know that access in 10 years could be limited or go away. So how do we address that?
I believe it does say that the fee is paid for 10 years. That it's a 25-year program,
Mhm.
and then after 25 years, who knows what the government want to do, but the fee is paid for 10 years. That's how they charge it every 10 years, I guess.
Right. I guess the only concern is you sell it to two other landowners besides the part that you use. And if those landowners do not participate, what happens? And are those lots then landlocked?
Well, they would be going across my property, which I paid the fee for that.
Right, so they could get, well,
There is
well,
a
you
cost.
paid it for 10 years. Would you be paying it again?
They've been really lax. I've never paid. I talked to the neighbors out there. I never paid. They never sent me a bill. So I did pay this time.
Madam Chair, there is, it's under plating conditions, number 6, it says. Future owners of lot 1 or lot 2 will be required to obtain a BLM access permit for individual access across BLM land.
Does that go on the plat then? As a
It
planning
is,
condition?
it is on the plat
Okay.
as of now.
Okay, all right. Then
It
that,
doesn't mention fees, but it does
no,
say.
that should take care of working with the BLM. I think that's inclusive. Yes, sir.
Kenny Marchbank, Morrison, Maryland.
Mhm.
One, I guess one thing was talked about is that if Millette decides to put the BLM permit in an HOA or just road, then it, that condition that was written on the plat was just for without an HOA.
Okay,
So if he decides to do an HOA,
okay,
then it would be the HOA's responsibility to pay those fees.
understood. We just have no control over HOAs, so
Right.
we're trying to make sure that at least the landowners are a little bit covered, but yeah, that would work fine. Any other concerns? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I move we approve the Millette simple subdivision final plat with the 2 staff recommendations.
Second,
It's been moved and seconded to approve the Millette final plat, including the 2 recommendations. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
I,
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Resolution 2023-44.
Thank you. Okay,
44. Thank you, Colleen. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
okay, thank you, Kim. We will keep moving. We're a couple minutes late on our next public hearing. It's Kim Delavan, Park County. You're busy today, Assistant Director. Public hearing on Homestead Campground SCP number 92, an amendment request.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant for this project is Tammy Young.
Mhm.
The property is in a GR5 zoning district. The planning area is the North Fork. We did receive an application for basically an amended SUP from Tamara Young. That was the end of June, specifically June 23rd of this year. And Ms. Young stated that the purpose of the application is to amend her SUP, which is Homestead Campground. It's SUP 192, because she wants to add potable water system and a wastewater system to the existing campground. And then submitted with this application, Madam Chair, you saw a list on the first page, all the documents that we received from DEQ. And I just want to mention them now. So we have, and it's in the packet, a water system design report. I believe that was from an engineer primarily. Also a DEQ Chapter 3 application permit to construct for a potable water system, a DEQ Chapter 3 application permit to construct a wastewater system. The last 2 were applications. Also, we have a DEQ permit to construct potable water system, a DEQ permit to construct a wastewater system. And then we have a potable water system permit and a small wastewater system permit. And those are all from DEQ. Those are all in the packet. So the requested action is approval of this amendment to special use permit 192. Again, to add potable water and a wastewater system to an existing campground. And those facilities will serve each RV site. Potable water will originate from a well on the property. We do have a potable water system permit authorized by DEQ in this packet. According to the design report, there'll be just over 1,000 feet of new 1-inch scheduled 40 water line pipe. And according to the applicant, most of the water system improvements have already been installed. My understanding is there's just some components at or close to the well that still need to be installed. The septic system has not been installed yet, is my understanding. That will, though, if this is approved, it will include 2 1,500-gallon single compartments septic tanks in a series and septic chambers in a in-ground drain field on the property. And you see on one of the maps, it shows that, I believe it's to the northern end of the property. Yes, it is the north portion of the property, just northeast of the RV sites. A little bit of history. So in November of 2019, a special use permit application was received from Tammy Young for a recreation use campground. With that, there were a number of drawings and discussion about the proposed use and characteristics. The applicant requested at the time approval of a special use permit with site plan review for campground. It would contain 14 RV sites, 9 60 by 12 pads, and 5 90 by 12 pads in this zoning district. In December of 2019, P&Z heard that special use permit request, and they recommended approval with site plan. They recommend approval. Then in January of 2020, the Board of County Commissioners approved the Homestead Campground SUP 192 and site plan by resolution 2020-04. The resolution included 18 conditions, and 2 of those conditions we have listed at the top of page 2 of our staff report. Those 2 conditions basically said the applicant shall not offer domestic water or not offer domestic sewer without your approval and without DEQ approval. In May of 2021, a member of the public contacted us and said that water hookups had been made at the campground. After we contacted Tammy and visited the site, we confirmed that water hydrants had been constructed at each RV site. DEQ then confirmed to us that since water taps were at the campsites, they considered that to be domestic water. In September of 21, DEQ issued a notice of violation to Ms. Young for an unpermitted public water supply. In November of 2021, Tammy visited with us and indicated she would like to offer in the future water and septic to her campground guests. She said that the water would come from an on-site well. In December of 2021, a DEQ employee talked to us and said that DEQ was working with Ms. Young to obtain compliance for water and septic. However, on the end of December 2021, we issued a notice of violation, basically telling her in violation of the terms of your approved SUP. Madam Chair, so we have a paragraph on page 2, amendments to approved SUPs. Minor changes can be approved by our planning director. Otherwise, anything that aren't minor changes must be approved by the board at a public hearing. That's why we're here today. If the amendment requires site plan review, the amendment shall proceed as a new application. We don't believe this requires site plan review because there's no new buildings and the development has already occurred. So we feel in a way this is not new development. Okay. The sites already exist. The planning director determined that proposed changes are not minor, therefore this needs to go before you in a public hearing. And partially because two conditions of the original SUP have been violated. And so our conclusion is that the proposed amended SUP requires board approval in a public hearing. Again, we don't feel like site plan review for this amendment is required. As a result, the request does not need to proceed as a new SUP. That's why this is not an entire new SUP application. That's our conclusion. Okay. The property is almost 26 acres. In figure 1, you see a location. Again, a lot of these maps, Madam Chair, are from the original SUP. So the facility is located on a parcel on the north side of Highway 1620, approximately 20 miles west of Cody. Property does have an address of 11 Bradford Drive. I mentioned this is in the GR5 zoning district. Of course, campgrounds, which are recreational use, are allowed in GR5, provided an SUP is approved. That happened several years ago. Neighboring land use, you can see in figure 2. Neighboring land use is really a mixture of agriculture exempt and residential. There are some subdivisions in the area, as you know. Site characteristics, the property does have some slope, primarily southwest to northeast. There is an irrigation ditch on the north side of the property. The highway is on the south side. Bradford Drive is on the east side of the property. And Green Creek is just to the west of where the current campground is located. You can see the homestead campground plan. That was the proposed plan. This is essentially what exists now. You see that in figure 3. Legal notices. So this is a public hearing. There was a notice in the Cody Enterprise on July 3rd and July 11th. On June 19th, we mailed written notice to neighboring property owners. We did send this notice to agencies. DEQ responded with their standard letter. Park County Public Works responded. They said, given no new RV sites are proposed, no impacts to the road or drainage is expected as a result. Public Works stated they have no concerns with this amendment. Treasurer's Office stated property taxes are fully paid. YDOT responded. They said Bradford Drive is permitted as a commercial access, and YDOT has no concerns with this amendment. Game and Fish responded. They reminded us this project is located entirely in crucial mule deer winter range. And as a result, they had a recommendation of no human activity from April 15th to from November 15th to April 30th of each year. And we've not received a response from Weed and Pest. And in our staff report, Madam Chair, I apologize. We said, there are no public comments. We just did get a public comment on Monday, yesterday, from Colleen Monahan. She said she's writing in support of the Tamara Young Homestead Campground amendment to add sewer and water. Colleen said, I own property across the road from campground. She's at 25 Staghorn Trail in Wapiti. And so she's writing in support. We've not received any other public comments. Madam Chair, we do have a section, bottom of page 6, where we talk about compatibility and impacts. I guess our conclusion is that, as you remember, this SUP was approved by the board in 2020, finding that the proposed use is in harmony and compatible with the surrounding land uses. This amended use, which is addition of potable water and sewer, our conclusion is it will not result in an increase in use intensity. They're not proposing any additional camping sites. Services and infrastructure. In addition to the services approved under the original SUP, the applicant has obtained DEQ approval of both this potable water and septic system. Overlay, we did talk about the use is not located in any overlay. However, I already mentioned it's in mule deer, crucial winter range, and there are also seasonal use areas of other species. We have in the middle of page 7, should you approve this, of course, you can have conditions. We have findings, Madam Chair. We do have a recommendation. Our recommendation is, should the Board of County Commissioners approve this amendment to SUP 192, we recommend the following conditions of approval. Madam Chair, number 1 is Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations shall apply. Number 2 is the applicant shall not have any activity associated with the use during crucial winter wildlife range dates for mule deer, which is November 15th through April 30th. Madam Chair, I'll mention this might speed things up. The rest of these conditions I took out of the original SUP. I don't know that I need to mention them. The only 2 that are missing were those conditions that talked about potable water and septic. I took those out.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer questions should you have any.
So what you're saying is the initial recommendations stay in place, except those 2 with the added 2 that you mentioned.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions right now? Okay.
Yeah, Kim, I guess I have a little bit of a problem with number 2. It says the applicant should not have any activity associated with the use during that crucial winter wildlife range dates. To me, that is excessive because you have the campground committee only operate May 1st to June or October 31st. What if they would need to do work associated with the thing? I mean, any kind of work on water or anything would be associated with that use. But I think putting that kind of restriction on a person's property to not be able to access it, I think it's covered under it can only operate. But I have a little bit of a problem if they need to go in there and work during the winter to get ready, because people operate, there's houses all over there and everybody's operating their equipment year round. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Commissioner. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I just said, yeah, I agree, Commissioner Stewart. Yeah, and I think what we tried to do, we tried to basically mimic what Game and Fish said.
Right.
But certainly you can modify any of our conditions or just recommendations.
Sure, and I wrote down that they said no human activity. That's pretty strict. When you've got people operating right next door feeding animals with tractors.
I agree.
Well, and it is basically in the existing one that started, where it says not operate the campground from May 1st to October. I mean, that's the only time you can, from May 1st to October 31st. So it kind of covers that. So that would mean that we may want to delete number 2, but
Okay.
let's do the public hearing part.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
You bet. So did you have something that you wanted to say? And if you do want to talk, if you'd address,
Stand up and say your name.
Bill Young,
okay.
Tammy's husband.
Yes.
This campground borders Copperleaf.
Uh-huh.
They're building like crazy all year long. Cement trucks, gravel trucks, brush, so.
Right.
But in the critical beetle habitat, they're refusing to leave now.
Yeah.
They don't leave in the summer anymore. I had 4 bucks walk by my house last night. And they're all feeding on northern garden flora and fauna as we speak. So they're doing extremely well.
Okay. An added attraction for the campground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
Okay.
one of the best things that's happened to them in their life.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. If you'd stand and identify yourself, please.
Mary Kay Campbell. I live at 26 Talon Drive. We are the far furthest east
Okay.
housing development to the west edge of this campground.
Mhm.
There's a 2-acre lot between us. My concern is water.
Okay.
There's 14 sites. That's equivalent to 14 houses. taking in water all summer and putting it in a septic tank? Does that get regulated? I don't understand if septic tanks are regulated and have to be emptied at a certain amount of time. Anyway, my biggest concern is not the septic tank, but the amount of water that will be used. And whoever owns this has already broken the covenants, broken the law, and put water in when they weren't supposed to put water in. So why would we trust them now that they're going to be able to pull 14 houses worth of water out of that aquifer that's out there? How do we trust them to stick to the hours stick to the hours, stick to any of the rules that you're putting on the May 1st to October? How do we expect that when obviously they've not kept the rules this far?
Thank you.
Can I say one thing, Madam Chair? You may know this, but so our regs and DEQ regs say for an RV in terms of domestic wastewater, maximum daily amount is 100.
Okay.
So for one bedroom house, the maximum daily allowed amount is 150 gallons.
Okay.
So really each site is not comparable to a house. However, 14 sites, you have the potential in a day of 1,400 gallons.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a lot or a small amount, but that's the maximum. 100 per site,
And
100 gallons per site.
DEQ approved the application as it went in with the size of septic and
Drain field
drain
and the
field.
2 tanks in a series.
Are these considered commercial in this particular case? The types of septic, or are they reviewed under residential rules, or is there a difference?
Very good question, Madam Chair. Can I look for that and answer your question? I know this does not require a UIC.
Okay, I guess that's what I was.
A UIC would be 2,000 gallons per day or more.
Okay.
So this is below that.
Okay.
So it's not a UIC,
Okay.
but I think it is, they do consider this if I remember correctly, a public water supply
Okay,
for,
because they are serving
seasonal.
the public. Okay.
Yes.
Even though it's seasonal.
Yeah.
Okay. You had something else, ma'am?
Well, just the question of whether it's reasonable
Mhm.
to have 26 acres, which would be the equivalent of, I mean, what is your minimum acreage that you allow for a lot
That's a good question.
now? I would assume, since we're sitting on a 2-acre lot, that it's probably 2 acres. So that's the equivalent of 13 houses. Do they then pay the amount for they're putting in a well, and once you put in a well, you have no expense. Just keeping it working. I mean, you don't have to pay for the water, it just comes.
Right.
And there's a lot of houses around there, and there's a lot more going up. Exponentially through the last 5 years. So is it a good idea to allow someone to put in a well to take up to 1,400 gallons a day water out?
I'm not sure it would get to that level, but the other thing that may be being taken into consideration is you are in a riverbed area where there is water available to a point where DEQ feels that DEQ regulates a lot of that, looking for water sources and also the septic system, making sure you have enough space and everything to make that all work. So because it's in a, they've okayed it at the state level.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, another question for Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
When you did the site survey, in the notice of violation where they had the risers already put up, when the water risers, when they had each stage,
yeah.
and in that complaint, I think there was some stipulation or some statement made that it was not even hooked up to the wells, but DEQ, because the lines were provided, said that they were supplying water. Did I hear that correct?
So on page 14 of the packet is a photograph from when I was up there, Commissioner Stewart, when I was up there looking at the violation. I don't know if it continues to look like that now. It might be the same, but there were spigots.
Okay.
So when I inspected 2 years ago, yeah, there were, I believe, spigots at each campsite.
Ms. Young, can I ask you to address the fact that it did go into violation because it was clear that the first SUP only did a dry campground?
Right, yes.
Could you address that, please?
Yes. The reason that we installed water, first, the well already existed. We did not drill a well for this. It's been in there since, I think, 89. My neighbor's house burned down right before we put the campground in.
Okay.
And we have fire rings. So our intention was to have a way to put out fire. And that's why we put a spigot at each site. It's listed as non-potable. We've told every person not to hook up. And in the meeting that I had with Mr. Dillon and Joy Hill and probably 5 other people, I mentioned that as far as I know, all campgrounds, like the National Forest, the state park, everybody has water. If you have a fire ring, you have to have water available. Ms. Hill said, but you have one at every site. So apparently it was the number of spigots that she wouldn't tell me how many I could have, but that I shouldn't have one at every site. So that's the violation, not that we are serving water to the public, you know, daily, come on in.
Right. It certainly gave the impression that there was water available at each site where people would hook up is what I'm hearing
Well,
you
I
say.
guess that's what they,
Okay.
yes, we did not, we told people not to hook up. It is listed as non-potable.
On every site.
On every site, there's, yes.
Every site.
And there's just a little hose for putting out the fire, which they are asked to do every day because of the fire danger, because we do have a field right next to us that, you know, on both sides actually, that has tall grass. And so it's a concern. I don't want to start a fire that goes through Copperleaf.
But since then, you have worked with DEQ
Yes.
and got your permit that they can use this water.
Yes, we have to make some changes.
Okay,
Yeah, because it was being used for irrigation and, you know, fire control.
okay,
So we have to do a bunch of stuff to the well to be in compliance for them,
okay.
their recommendations.
And you'll work through that and notify planning and zoning when everything is in place, so we can follow through with
Yeah, and we
making
will
sure.
not, we will not serve water to the public until it's done.
Okay.
All the upgrades are made.
And is the septic system in?
No, we
Okay,
haven't done anything with that. Like I said, the well already existed.
right.
So,
Right. I remember that conversation because it was at that north end, correct?
yeah,
Okay. Other questions? Any- Yes, sir.
We're concerned about how much water is gonna be used.
Mhm.
We're only open 3 months out of the year. 3 months, and 14 sites. I mean, these homes that are being built are massive, and they're drilling wells like crazy. It's a huge amount of water. I don't think it will ever be depleted.
Okay.
So
Well, just keep in mind that Copperleaf is on its own water system. They're not drilling wells for each of those homes
right.
in Copperleaf. Okay,
no, that's true.
just so we understand what's out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other public comments on this proposal? Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Seabird, I live in the Red Barn. I've been just really impressed with, they've kept it clean, it looks nice, there's been lots of trees planted, flowers planted, everything looks beautiful. They haven't, I don't feel like they've gone and done anything incremental to the community. I think the water, I mean, the water is gonna be an issue, but there are gonna be issues with the people that are now coming into the other areas that are being developed that are not Copperleaf. You know, you can talk to them in the future. I think these guys have done what they need to do. I think they have been professional about it. I saw the non-potable signs. Everything I feel was very professional. They did a very good job of trying to make sure that they got that tree line right there, that nothing was spread, and we are also right in front of the place that had fire, and there were huge flakes of debris being blown everywhere. So to me, I thought that was actually very responsible of them, and I appreciated it. So that's all.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to say that if the local water people think that this is okay,
Mhm.
and they sure know a hell of a lot more than I do about it. And I've not had any problems with them as a neighbor.
Okay.
I wouldn't say that. So if the water isn't an issue, then I'm on board too.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comments? Okay, hearing none.
Madam Chair, I move to close public hearing.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Motion passes to close the public hearing. It's a pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I do have one question for Kim. On condition 4, it talks about a road on the west side of the property. I'm trying to figure out where that's coming from. If your map is north, south, east, west, the property, it says the road cannot be used for commercial. Why? I mean, because it borders between a commercial vacant lot, it says. I'm just not following where that road is in relation to that condition.
Your access road's on the east, right?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
If, Commissioner Teal, Madam Chair, if I remember, there is in the trees to the west, there is a farm road. I call it a farm road. I believe we just wanted to make sure, because I believe it doesn't have from WIDA, I think it doesn't have commercial access.
Right.
Oh,
So we just wanted it to make sure, we wanted to be sure that it wouldn't be used by campground people.
There was a conversation about the trailers coming in and out at
Yes.
those two locations.
Yes.
Okay. Do remember
but
that.
then before I mean, I don't know what, I agree, Madam Chair, with Commissioner Stewart's on condition 2, and I think at the same token, we need to throw 17 out because it kind of contradicts the off-season activities as well. To me, 17 reads, construction activities shall not occur until after the end date of critical wildlife, April 30th. That doesn't make sense either. I mean, if you need to do any upgrade maintenance, that would fall under construction activities. And so they affect, if we're gonna get rid of 2, we need to get rid of 17 as well.
Well, 17 would indicate that they don't want them putting in a septic system in March, even if the weather allowed it, because you're still conflicting with the wildlife. Is that what you're saying? You don't mind?
Madam Chair.
I'm saying I don't think that it should not be in the. They should be able to do what they want to do on their own property as far as maintenance, construction. There's so much activity up there right down the highway, they ain't scaring enough deer off.
Commissioner?
Madam Chair, having lived in that area for quite some time, the size of this lot and what little construction they could do, them deer just move, all they do is move across the road or in that field. But when we're looking at a huge copperleaf where they're just building all winter long with no restrictions on it, I feel it's a little much to place this restriction on them when there'll probably be minimal construction even with the septic. And I understand the game and fish regulations, but the deer are just going to move next door.
Well, the Game and Fish are suggestions, not
Sure,
regulations.
sure.
There aren't, they have no jurisdiction for regulation on these, just
But
suggestions.
when they're banging out houses left and right, copperleaf and elk just live in amongst them.
It's true. Or they eat the flowers, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're looking at possibly removing conditions 2 and 17? Is that what I'm hearing?
So if I may suggest, Madam Chair. Someone to make a motion.
Yeah, somebody.
I would make a motion. Hold on. I would make a motion to reference the Homestead Campground SUP 192 that we approve with conditions with numbers 2 and 17 being removed.
Second, are you done?
Done.
Second,
Okay, have a motion to approve Homestead Campgrounds updated SUP with the removal of conditions 2 and 17. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
I,
Anyone opposed? Okay,
Resolution 2023-45.
Thank you, Colleen. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you,
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate your work.
and you'll keep in touch.
Yes,
we're
Thanks.
building it ourselves.
yeah, we'll see it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
This copper leaf you keep talking about.
Sounds like the place to be, doesn't it?
It does, it's Shangri-La.
A lot of activity.
What's that?
Need a motion for executive session, please?
So moved,
What?
moved into executive session.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to go into executive session. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. I think we're close enough if we're all ready. Hey Jake, would you like to come up? Table? Sure. You can use the mic a little bit. It kind of helps everybody online and in here.
All right.
Then welcome. Oh, glad you're here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So thank you, Chairwoman and gentlemen of the Commissioner Board. So I just wanted to meet today to give you guys an update of things that are going on concerning the Cody Chamber of Commerce, some things that have happened, some things that are coming up, and just take a look at just some statistics as well, things that are going on. First of all, great turnout this year for the 4th of July parades over the weekend that just happened recently. We had a lot of great comments from visitors that came to, watch the parade and, participate in that. And no significant events except a limb falling on someone, which I think everybody was aware of that. So those things happen, which is kind of random. Also during the 4th of July weekend, we also have the annual Wild West Arts Fest that we do, where we close off a couple of the city streets and we have vendors come in. So we had a successful fest this year. We had about 46 vendors participate in that. And all of them had great feedback, coming out of the event. Said they had a lot of participation, from visitors and folks, visiting their booths and their food trucks and things like that. So good news there. Things going on with the Buffalo Bill Art Show. As you guys know, the chamber runs that event every year in conjunction with the Center of the West. So there's 2 portions of that event that are going on right now. One is the Scout Mini, which started in June, and those portraits are actually hanging in the main entryway of the Center of the West. And then just about a week ago, we went live with the second portion of that art show, which is the Buy It Now section. Just went live online about a week ago. And then the Buy It Now paintings and sculptures and things will be placed in the John Booker Sands room in August timeframe. So a lot of stuff going on there with the art show. The events that are on the calendar this year are moving very quickly. And there's a new one that I just want to make sure that you guys are aware of. We're working with the airport board and CY Air, and we're doing an actual race event in August, on August 30th. It's called Cody Run the Runway. And it's going to be a nighttime run on the runway on August 30th. So that's open for registration right now. Folks can sign up to run a mile or a 5K or a 10K on that particular night. And it's actually on the night of the full moon, the blue moon of August. So it should be a pretty fun event. We're hoping we get a lot of participation in that, as a community and as a county as well.
Is that a fundraiser or are they?
Yes. And so it's a fundraiser towards for the airport board and CY Air on some initiatives to help us bring in more air carriers into the airport. And so, of course, that's a concern of everybody in the region, having some more options to fly out of the airport, get us to some different destinations and also some competition there on the pricing as well. Okay. So the funds will go towards that initiative. The next thing I just wanted to say thank you for the participation that you guys have given us in the past with the Cody Club luncheons that we have. Appreciate you guys responding to the invites that we send you and coming out to speak at those luncheons at least once a year. So we'll be sending out invites again for that for next year, and look forward to having you guys participate in that event when it comes around again. And then just some statistics that we're seeing year to date, some numbers that we gather and also Park County Travel Council gathers. So year to date, over last year, we've seen an uptake in visitors coming into the Cody Visitor Center, a little over 4%. We've seen quite a bit of an increase in inquiries that come in online requesting information about the area. Those are actually up 144%. Wow. So if you continue on down the line on some of the statistics that we're seeing, the visits are actually down year to date at some of the other visitor centers in the county, and also the Park Gate, the East Gate of Yellowstone. and places like Center of the West. We're seeing those numbers are down a little bit year to date, but we're seeing all these inquiries coming in. So if you kind of look at it, just broad brush, face value, it seems like maybe we're in sort of a lull period here of folks visiting, but people are doing a lot of research and inquiries to plan their trips to the area for the future. So we'll just keep an eye on that and, keep you posted as things happen.
Do you think the rotation with the whole COVID and RV thing kind of raised things a little bit, and then now we're maybe leveling a little better?
So yes, and I'm not, an economic person by any means, but my guess would be that a lot of the travel that was driven by COVID and by folks being able to work from home, remote locations and things like that allowed people to travel. The last couple of years, especially with the money that was put into the economy through incentives by the federal government. And I think folks have probably used the time that they had away from the office. They've used up the funds that they received. And so we're sort of in that lull period where folks are taking a breather and then planning their next trip. That would be my guess.
Okay. So,
yeah. And then finally, I know next year we're coming up. We've got the vote that's going to happen again next year on the ballot for the lodging tax. And so we're involved with that at the chamber level as well. And so if you guys need anything or have any questions about that as we get closer to that season next year to get ready for that, then please just reach out and let me know.
I think that's basically, it's just the approval to put it on the ballot that we have. It's the lodging tax group that requested.
Yeah, and you might want to keep in mind, we'll start working on that like in October.
Yes.
Okay.
And keep us posted. I'd like to kind of be a part of those things and be a part of the discussions, because we do some background stuff in conjunction with that to get the messaging out, that kind of thing, and signage, those kind of things.
Okay.
And that's it. That's all I had for today. Any questions? Yes, sir.
An Air Force Academy shirt you wear?
Well, it's an Air Force shirt, yes, but
Wyoming cowboy area.
Not that you're in trouble or anything,
So
can we get you a Wyoming cowboy shirt?
You certainly can.
Okay.
Absolutely. I'll take one of those. And no, I'm a retired Air Force, so I'm always a big fan of the Air Force and support the endeavors of those guys.
Fans of the Air Force.
Yes. Exactly.
Wait, Scott, if I bring my Huskers shirt in.
So, anything else for the chamber?
No, I'm kind of going back what Commissioner Mangle said when you talk about travel. There's definitely a huge difference this year in the outlying campgrounds and BLM, where you're seeing tons of trailers and tons of travelers. It's just not there this year.
Right.
I mean, it's nothing like it was the last couple of years. I mean, traveling around looking at BLM and the upper North Fork campground, it's just not there. Even though the fourth one there.
Well, I think some people that bought RVs and were doing the travel in that format maybe decided that RVing wasn't their thing, and they're traveling in different ways now than they were.
Well, like you said, now they've funds are dried up. It's time to go to real work.
Well, that's true too.
Yeah, and there is one other aspect of that, and that's a lot of companies, of course, went to remote work immediately, and it was sort of the majority, right? But you have seen in the news, in the last year, that companies have sort of changed their minds, so to speak. I mean, there's still a lot of remote work, but companies, you'll see even some of the big ones have started to recall people, if you will, to the office and, require someone to actually be in the office, that kind of thing. So of course that affects travel when folks have to actually be somewhere in a certain location.
It's true. Do you get many inquiries on housing?
So that's a great question. We do have folks, visitors that come in that are looking to move to the area, relocate, and they'll stop by the visitor center. We have several real estate companies in town that provide us magazines about, different home products that are for sale in the county and in the region. Not everybody participates in that, but some do make that investment, produce, the magazines about current sale options and things like that. We do get requests also for information about, rental type properties. And so we do what we can to, pass out information on that.
Okay. Thanks. Anything else for the chamber? All right, now I think we're good.
Great.
Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.
The mayor will be here shortly, and we'll get on a different discussion. He's here? Okay.
I think another thing too is pickup trucks are so expensive to pull those.
My guess is the cost of everything.
And gas, right?
Yeah, that's not helping matters. Now, you didn't say you were bringing everybody into it.
That's a security.
I'm not sure why.
Yeah. I heard those snacks. I didn't know.
Oh, wrong.
Me.
Oh. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, Commissioners.
We're just finishing a couple of signature things here and we'll be ready to get going.
Sure.
So. Okay. Okay, for 1:30, Mayor Matt Hall and company. The mayor and I have had a couple different conversations and the topic has raised its head again about convention centers and what Cody needs to do to help our own selves a little bit in some of those aspects. So we talked a little bit about the Park County complex, as the commissioners have brought up in a couple different work sessions, if there's a possibility of anything happening up there. And we've talked about the third floor, whether it's remodelable, that's even a word, to see if there's ways that we can make this work without looking for a large swath of land or more expensive. So if you want to give us your thoughts and where everybody's coming from.
Sure.
Great.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. With me is Bruce Sowers, the Director of Revenue from the Buffalo Bill Center of the West, and Ryan Hauk. Did I get that right? Yeah. The Executive Director of Park County Travel Council. And to kind of just back up a little bit, the three of us had a bit of an impromptu meeting a few weeks ago, and the topic of that conversation had to do with the Winchester Firearms Show that has been held up at the Riley Arena for the past, well, I don't know, a few years.
38.
A few. And it was 38 years. And I don't know how that jives necessarily, but I'll go with you. I'll roll with you on that. At least it's been quite a long time. And the concern is that they weren't going to be able to have it there anymore because the Riley Arena is taking a different path and keeping the ice down and not doing the events. And so that creates a real issue for that show, which obviously has been a big event for the city of Cody in the summer, in fact, just last weekend. And so then we started to talk a little bit about, possibly the need to reopen the conference center, convention center conversation. As it pertains to that, I think they did look around town. The convention center downtown's inadequate, can't house them. And so there's really just nowhere else for that particular group to go. So Chairman Overfield and I had some discussions about opening up the idea of what we could do with the Park County complex, which is something I've talked about in the past, trying to do something with, either the middle or top floors or one or both, to open it up for an area where we could bring in a 500 plus group that could obviously have a nice central location in the city of Cody, wouldn't necessarily compete with any existing kind of operations. I know that the Blair hotels can hold about 200 to 300 for events, as can the Buffalo Bill Center of the West. So really there's nothing in town. I don't think there's anything in the Bighorn Basin for that matter. They really can house like those kind of size of groups. And so we really feel like that maybe this is an opportunity, given just kind of what's been going on, what a lot of the things that the commissioners have been looking into, to maybe try and see if we can get something that can really generate some economic activity in the shoulders and off seasons in town, as we go after some of these groups that can come in and really have some impact on our community. I will kind of throw out that, Commissioner Livingston has actually had conversations. There's a few people within the community too that I think would be happy to partner So it wouldn't strictly just be something, I think, strictly a public endeavor. I think there would be a lot of people that could come in with some donations or anything to kind of make some matches. And so anyway, we really feel like that the timing could be good to take a look at this. And the reason why I brought these two gentlemen with me today is to really kind of fill out the side of the conversation of a lot of the opportunities that having a facility like that could bring, really not just to the city of Cody, which obviously would be the biggest benefactor of something like this, but Park County and even the Bighorn Basin. I think if we're bringing in groups of 500-600 in the wintertime or in the off seasons, and what some of those groups are going to look like, what they might try and do. They might go down to the hot pools in Thermopolis, go visit, maybe college activities from the PAL from Northwest College. So I think that it would be a real opportunity to do something that would just impact the whole area. So with that, I'm actually going to go ahead and let these guys have some screen time. And so I'll turn it over to you gents here.
I can just speak briefly. And it was the Winchester Group. It's 38 years. It's not always been at the Riley Arena, and they've grown pretty considerably. And I'll let you know, I'm on that Winchester board of directors as well. We had 333 tables. We were sold out in April, and we could have fit another 50. So there was a little bit of panic, at least on that end, that group was going to need to go to another city. And we kind of just had a general conversation. But I was talking to our group sales people, and we've been tracking groups that we're not able to get from a museum perspective for the last couple of years. And we're averaging between 12 and 15 groups that want to come here to Cody that are just too large for the community to handle. And these are 500 people and up. So it's pretty significant. So if you just said basically it's 500 times 12, you're talking about 6,000 people. And that's people who are reaching out to contact us. We go to, all the major trade and group and convention shows a year. We think that if there was a facility like that, we could help promote it, and that there's probably going to be a lot more inquiries if we actually were able to market something like that. I know that I personally have attended SHOT Show every year, which is the big firearms industry show in Las Vegas in January. And we're approached by 2 or 3 different manufacturers that want to come to this Cody. They want to see the museum in particular, and it's a good background setup for them, and it fits what they're trying to do. But they want to come with 500, 600, 700 people, and we don't have a facility for it, and they want to have a trade show component to it, a manufacturer show. So I think there is an opportunity that we may be missing. In a perfect world, we'd like to do a lot of different things. But I think that a larger capacity conference center would be beneficial to the community at large. It puts heads in beds. People shop, people go out. We can fill those shoulder seasons. And what we've noticed with our convention and group business is that a lot of times when you go to these things, you show up on the day of the convention, you stay, and as soon as it's over, you leave. And what we've noticed in particular with our business is these folks are coming 2 or 3 days beforehand and staying 2 or 3 days after. And the park has a lot to do with that, as well as the amenities that the community has to offer. So we think it's a great idea. The question is, how do we get it done if it's possible? So I'll let Ryan speak.
And I was just going to hit on, the infrastructure that we have here does not represent a town of 10,000. Obviously, we have a lot of travelers that want to come here. And the way that we are right now, we're just very, very heavy leisure. We don't really have the fields to bring in big youth sports programs. I think we have a pretty good soccer tournament that comes every single year. Some stuff that happens with hockey as well. But as far as like a constant flow of youth sports, we don't really have the fields to make that happen. So the best way to diversify what we have and what we already have the demand for is meetings, conventions, conferences, executive trips, stuff like that. And just like Bruce said, I think why Matt probably brought us along here is because we're in the weeds and we see the demand and we have to turn away the demand every single year, multiple times. I actually brought a list here of a few different things that I've already had to turn away. So first of all, there's a lot of associations, groups, and clubs throughout Wyoming. They're on kind of a Wyoming circuit, you could call it. One of those is Waco. If Waco wanted to come here, which they do, I've had a conversation with numerous people, and you guys are obviously very close with Waco. We'd have to put you guys in a tent and put stakes in the ground at the Holiday Inn and ruin their parking lot. And if we wanted to host that, that's the concept we'd have to roll forward with. Waco is one of many associations throughout Wyoming and really throughout the entire region that we just aren't in the circuit because we can't do it. And everybody's goal with these things is to grow their shows. So there's, more revenue, more networking opportunities, stuff like that. And as these things grow, we'll become less and less of an option for things that we host today. Won't be an option for us in the future unless we do something to change that. We also have some shows kind of in my neck of the woods for tourism, like International Roundup. That would bring in, what is it? 80 operators, 350 DMOs, which is basically 350 more of me type of people coming to town, right? And we would be able to showcase our destination to 20 different countries. But we can't host that show because we don't have the facility to host it. Once again, we'd have to throw them into a tent inside the Holiday Inn. 2021, Burt Miller and Brenda Miller actually came to me and said, we want to host the International Snowmobile Congress here. Great. How many people is it? 500. Shoot. No, sorry, can't do it. We even tried to squeeze, a square peg into a round hole and try to do it at the center of the West, try to find a tent place, try to go to Holiday Inn. Just there's no way it would work, especially with that trade show aspect. Wyoming Cowboy Hall of Fame, I had to send that straight to Casper. They got that just because I gave it to them. And that's the only reason they got that. Otherwise, they were going to come here. That was another 500 people. The Artist Blacksmith Association of North America Conference, Photography Society of America. I mean, I could go on and on, honestly, of everything that I say no to. And this is honestly without me trying. These are just calls I get into my office. If I had a direct sales effort, if I went to specific trade shows, which I could name numerous of those that I could go to, we could do all sorts of great stuff to help diversify who is coming here. So we're not so heavy in leisure, not so heavy in motor coach, and really help fulfill out that shoulder season in winter as well, which right now you guys see, I think half the town kind of closes down for winter. There would be a very good reason if we could fill up that convention center year round for a lot of businesses to be able to stay open. And they wouldn't have to make all their money in the summer. They would have a much more well-rounded opportunity to have a successful business. So yeah, that's kind of everything I have.
Madam Chairman. So, in a nutshell, I think that you kind of got the gist on, we've kind of lined out at least some of the economic opportunities that exist, which it seems in quite a few. And anyway, and obviously I'm representing the city, so we're probably willing to partner in some capacity, as are, some of these organizations. As fortunately we have the executive director of the chamber here today. I'm sure he would give us the thumbs up on everything we're saying up here. So I think there's a lot of interest in the community that would support something like this.
The conversation that the mayor and I had, we're kind of maybe putting together some type of committee to take a look at this over the next few months and see what really does make sense. Where are the possibilities? What would it take to revamp, whether it's the complex, if that's even reasonable? Don't know structure wise. So those things all have to be looked into. What are the needs and what would it take? What would you be refurbishing it into, or if that's even an option? So we were talking about putting a committee together that would consist of a lot of the people that understand how all this works. Just wanted to know how the commissioners feel about it, and if we can have one person be on that committee. And I can see several other committee members sitting here that would help us with that. Your thoughts?
Madam Chair, I don't necessarily disagree with everything you're saying, but I think right away, if we're looking at the complex, the Winchester gun show's out. It's not conducive to hauling all those guns up to the third floor. And it's just, I remember when we worked that gun show when it first started here at the Schweitzer gym, they would come to us begging to have the kids there to help them carry stuff. And now you're going to be rolling up the third floor from out in the parking lot. So while I'm not against looking at the complex, I think we need, if we're looking like at people like that or big trade show, we're hauling all kinds of stuff. I just don't see them using that.
I think those are all concepts that we need to look at, is the feasibility of what would work and what wouldn't.
I'm not opposed to the idea. My first gut is before you get a committee put together. I mean, we have enough interest between the commissioners in the city right now. We need to get a mechanical or a structural engineer to see if it's even possible to open it up. If it's not even possible, then we gotta go to an alternative site. I like the concept and the idea, and I believe there is a demand for the Cody area, and I think it can be a great fix, but I think a committee working together is maybe getting ahead of ourselves. First, the answer to me is structurally, we have Brian here, he's an engineer, he's not a mechanical engineer or structural engineer, but to me, that would be the first step. Is it even possible to revamp? Because we're not talking just third floor, we're talking third and second, right? Library stays alone. And then can that be opened up into what I'm envisioning, the need of a bigger convention area? If it can't be done structurally to open it up to make it usable, then go to plan B if we have one. I don't know. That's just my gut first response.
Madam Chair, yeah, I think will it hold 500 people? We're gonna have to probably add service elevators if you're gonna bring up not only guns, but tables, chairs, and all that, and also storage area for a lot of these things, because you're gonna probably want to have these conventions having sit down areas.
Sure.
And so the storage of a lot of this stuff. So yeah, it probably wouldn't take that long for you to go up there and look and see, well, is any of this possible? But as far as the structure, holding 500 people on that third floor, that's one of my concerns. But there can be renovations done up there. And as far as ongoing, who's going to be responsible for the ongoing, I guess, maintenance, making sure all the bookings maybe go through you guys or maybe a committee. I know we did that with in Powell at Plaza Diane. City didn't want to be involved with that, so it was a committee that took that over. And so I could see that happening, but I think the like what Commissioner Teal was saying, the first step first, is it even possible? So, and that's where we have to get some engineers involved.
Madam Chair, I don't believe we need to contract one immediately, but I mean, we can pay one. Obviously, they don't work, but I believe there's only one in Park County structural engineer. And just, is this concept even reasonable? Maybe they may even be able to look at some of our drawings that we have and just initially say, yeah, maybe, and then we can go deeper. But if they right off the bat say, these pillars can't, it can't happen, then we go to something else. But I would say first step would be just a walkthrough with a structural. Brian, you have.
I think you're right on the money there. Just having an idea of what your capabilities are in the building. Whether it's an older building, whether or not phones are still good or something like that. I think that's a good idea.
I believe we have parking. I don't think that's a huge issue up around there. And I've been to quite a few Waco, and the big open, it's nice. And if we're going to have, it's going to be, it's not, I don't think we're looking for something that we can shop 50 people over here and 100 people over there, and you can't see any of it. And, what can be done.
I would think it'd be a high dollar thing to get a structural engineer. I think if you look at bird's eye view, you're not looking at every joint, right, but just big picture conceptually. Does it make sense? And, do they see any showstopper things from a bird's eye view? That's what I guess I would suggest. You can always dial in more detail once you get a conceptual layout and what you got in mind.
I don't know what, Madam Chair, I'm not sure what something like that would cost, but especially if the city's willing to share, if we're talking maybe first step, it could cost us a couple $1,000 to have somebody professionally look at that and see whether it's even.
So I'll find out if we have the plans, the existing plans, which I think we've received.
Should be in the basement.
Okay. so they would at
I don't know
least
if
have
that's what the
those.
city's going to do or.
Your thoughts, Mayor?
Okay. I appreciate all the concerns and I think really that's where Madam Chairman and myself we're kind of going with a lot of this is, to me, this seems like a pretty easy spot to at least check off the list. To your guys' point, Commissioner Thale, Commissioner Stewart, and Commissioner Mangold, that they would make sure that if it can handle it structurally, I think that maybe if you want to kind of move to that, which I think, well, I think that's a great idea. I mean, it'd be to have someone come in, a structural engineer, to make sure it has the capacity, what it can do, but then also maybe have maybe a small starting committee that could say, okay, what do we want them to look forward to? Because it would be great to, yes, have a large room that can do 500. I mean, obviously that's going to satiate some of the details for a lot of these other groups and organizations, but maybe there's a thought of having some breakout rooms and having kind of maybe a little bit different composition other than just trying to make one big space and have that, what that looks like. So I'd be on board to volunteer, and I think a few others in the community would at least kind of start having those conversations, bringing in the expertise from a structural side to see if it's possible. If it is, then start to move forward. But to my colleagues here to my left, I think that we're definitely, if we build it, they'll come. And I think that, to Commissioner Mangold's point, I think that there's an opportunity here, like there always has been, but even more so that these two gentlemen have pointed out, we might actually be able to generate enough revenue to take care of the operating and maintenance of the facility once it gets, remodeled to the capacity where it can do those things. And, make sure it can take, structurally with the human activity, and then even, what kind of logistical stuff, organizations like the Winchester Firearms or whomever need to come in and have set up so they can set up their vending areas and whatnot.
Commissioner? So question though is the demand, what we're looking for right now is we need something that will hold starting at minimum of 500 people in one area, right? I mean, and then we can expand off of that.
Right.
But if this can't even do like 350, then
We're moving
that's where
on.
I'm getting.
Yeah.
If we can't get one area big enough for a minimum of 500, then we need to do something else.
Yeah, that's probably true. Okay. Where do we go from here?
And then, of course, Madam Chair, the public's gonna have big input.
Oh, absolutely, but I
Once
think
it hits the damn media.
Our friends.
be nice.
They're calling out damn media.
I think it's a starting point. We've been here before for years in Cody trying to figure out how to do this, because we've always had requests for things in Cody, maybe not quite as large as what we're getting now, but we need to do something, and the shoulder seasons need help here, as we've all found out over the last few years. So I think it's just time to look again. And if this is an opportunity that we can make something work there, maybe it won't, but if it does, it's a start.
Well, Madam Chair, I knew with Brian's contacts, and maybe the city has some as well. Do you have a structural person that could do an initial walkthrough and try? I mean, if under our county procurement policy, we could fall under big enough to just hire someone for initial, and then of course, if it's the concept would work, we'd have to go out and the public is behind it, with architects and a more in-depth part. But initial green light or red light, I think that would be my step. And Brian, do you have any? Can make some calls.
Yeah, make some calls. There's like I said, there's only a couple here locally that qualified to do something like that. But I think we'd be talking of 5 to 10 grand. Kind of
5 to 10?
Yeah, not 50 or.
Yeah, as long as we're.
Yeah, we're not looking for the
Right.
ready for design kind of thing, but just an opinion. At this point.
It's kind of unofficial, but would the city and or the partner people look at it? pay for that.
Well, if it was the difference in actually making it get done or not, I'd have to talk to my counsel. I do think that there's a couple things to consider is that Winchester Firearms is going to need a different place probably next year. So
Well, they actually have 3 years. They
Okay.
did the deal.
Okay.
They're okay for a little while.
So next year's probably not.
but we do,
useful.
or at least, I mean, I've tried to want to say that, you know, there we need to probably try and get something going, hopefully a little bit sooner to try and check things out.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
we would.
Are we willing
hopefully
to
do that.
participate if the city comes across to participate in looking at that initial blush?
Yeah, I think, Madam Chair, I think it's a good idea. It's why you're in your seat, you know, come up with some ways of promoting our, not only the town of Cody, but also Park County, and I think it'll benefit Park County. Just getting the first steps, delving into it, that's gonna be a big step, to find out if it's even possible. We'll take a look at the area, look around, see if it'll even hold 500 people. And we'll, of course, make sure we'll let our buildings and grounds guy know ahead of time, I hope.
He'll have a heart attack. Yeah.
He's already rolled his eyes at us many times, so it'd be a surprise for him, but I think getting even a committee together to start with, and say even if this is even possible, but little steps ends up being a big step, so.
Okay.
I'm on board.
Scott? Lloyd? Okay, all right. I'll just say that I'll work out if we can get meetings. I'll meet with you guys and see what we can do. And I think we'll have Brian help us try to find a structural to at least give us an initial blush. See what happens.
And Madam Chairman, and I can definitely call or have our city engineer connect with the county engineer to try and, you know, they can put their heads together and do what they do.
Yeah, structural or architectural. Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
No lead today, huh?
No, he had a pack trip problem and had to go rescue some pack trippers. Hi there.
All right, thanks, guys.
Hey, Mayor.
Yes, it is.
Hey, Matt. Hey, Matt. Can we just call him?
Jamie?
I don't know how they have.
Hey, the next thing on our agenda this afternoon, this group called The Other Project, to talk to us about Cody Active Transportation Master Plan.
Good evening, good afternoon, I guess. Thank you for having us. So we are That Other Project, Janie Curtis, Chris Squire, and Tiffany Mannion, and we are embarking on starting an active transportation plan for the city of Cody in conjunction with the city of Cody. We did the fundraising for the plan as a nonprofit, and then we are working closely with the city so that the city will be able to adopt the plan when it is done. We're here today to ask you guys to appoint someone to be on our committee for the development of the plan so that the county is well represented in the plan as well. Because we are recognized, we're probably not going to stay completely within city limits in the planning phase. So we would like you guys to appoint someone to be on the committee to help throughout the plan. We hired the firm HDR out of Lander, and they're partnering with EA Associates as well. That will be the local partner firm. We sent you guys the list of our current committee members as well as other people we're going to be asking to join on this as well.
So a little bit about your thoughts about the plan. We're talking bicycling, walking, getting to school, safe routes to school, all of those types of things, tourism type.
Correct.
Liking.
So it will be a pathway for all non-motorized. We're gonna have them look at cycling, dog walking, people who want to run within town and get some mileage. And then we're also gonna have some commuter like into town, like some bike lanes that share the streets and whatnot as well. So it will be a combination plan. And we're hoping it will not only benefit tourism because there'll be easier ways for them to get around, but we found in our research that it, like in Whitefish, Montana, they built a system like this and 70% of the use is from local residents. So it really is for our community.
Thoughts? Question?
Volunteers.
Madam Chair, how many times would our representative be at meetings?
We're gonna hold 6 throughout the year.
Okay.
There'll be 6 that they'll meet with the firm. And we're just gonna try to keep everyone updated through email and whatnot. We're trying to limit the time we ask of our volunteers because we know everyone is really busy, but we want to make sure we get the feedback. And TOP is taking on the responsibility of the community engagement aspect. So we're gonna be hosting the pop-up events and stuff. We won't be asking you guys or whoever you guys appoint to attend those.
Madam Chair, I think it'd be important for somebody who knows about roads and about and all that other stuff to maybe represent the county and an endeavor like that. So I probably
Him or a member of his staff, whichever. Brian, what are you thinking?
I'd be happy to do it.
Okay.
Of course, you know, we're working on the kind of a CAP project similar now right now, but it's not probably the same scale, but it's yeah, I need it.
sounds like a volunteer.
Awesome.
That would be great.
Guys on board with that?
Yeah, he seems interested. I'm getting.
Said he'd be happy.
Okay. I guess with that, that's enough of a consensus that we would ask for Brian Edwards to be on your committee.
Excellent.
Representing Park County, and he will keep us apprised of what's going on too.
Okay,
So, okay.
perfect. Let us know if you guys have any other questions.
Oh, looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
If you want to stay and listen to YDOT, you're welcome to.
Okay.
So
Oh, so it's volunteer. Volunteer.
it's volunteered for them, not for you.
Fallen. I might.
Hello. Hi, how are you, Cody?
Good.
Good. Good to see you.
Legion baseball.
Thursday in Cali. States in Sheridan. In Sheridan. Oh, yeah. You got the camera and all that?
No.
Not really.
Oh, okay.
Good.
Well, you were making fun of me.
I think you can just do the thumb drive. If Ben can help you for a second, if figure out, you know how to. Watch the door.
See that? Hook right in here, man. Yep. Yep. Should be one right below it. Oh, Dinger, what are you guys doing? Just still running? Yeah.
Or wait, I'm.
Like you.
Like on the old one, so it's back.
Yeah, yes.
We always go back and forth on that one, Randy.
Oh, my.
Didn't matter.
There's a check mark where it says next and you just make it.
Yeah. Yeah, I work with engineers, I can't do anything unless it's on scratch.
Did you do leaf feed at home?
No, he's.
Oh, more important.
Thursday or Friday. Yeah, he told me he's trying to get that meeting Thursday or Friday.
They've ever thrown and that already has the line.
Okay. I'll do it. I don't think I'm set up. I think so.
Email address is.
Huh?
I didn't even put mine on there.
Only got 9 copies of this, so. Yes, here, that's great.
Cody, I can take these.
Where were you, Philip? Some guy. Where were you? Oh, okay, all right.
Randy, I'll use Louise so we can give that one to Cody. Lee's not here.
Just remind me, it's been one of those days.
Okay, don't walk out.
You pass that out there, I guess.
Nope. Cheap.
Well, I'll at least. Oh, all right, he was still all his when he's done. I don't necessarily.
I'd be glad to get it off.
If you need it for somebody else, that's fine. Perfect. You have another sheet. We have one. You want to start one over there? Do you need a pen?
Don't you need more of these? I only have 9 copies. Oh, give them to people that didn't take a lot of it.
Yes, we can.
Real quick, I made copies of this.
Okay.
I kind of cherry picked pages out of this report that's 150 pages long.
Okay.
So there's stuff in here about the counties, and if you look on page 3, the website is in blue. If you want to print out the entire report.
Thank you,
I
Cody.
know that most people aren't paying attention, they're looking at the spreadsheet, so.
So we would like to get started. So next thing on our agenda, YDOT State Transportation Improvement Program. I'm gonna let you take it away.
Okay, I'm Steve Alston, I'm the district engineer in YDOT. I work on the basin office. And there's a sign-in sheet going around, but I think we could go around the room and have everybody say who they are and where they're from, so we have an idea of who our audience is. I'd appreciate that. So let's, I'm Pete Halston.
Randy Merritt, construction engineer for YDOT.
Jack Hoffman, traffic engineer for YDOT.
I'm Cody Beers, public relations for YDOT. We go over there.
Molly with the board of
Zach.
Aaron Leonetti, game and fish and fish passive biologist.
Dexter Wittes, showing his pipeline.
EJ House, president of the Quick Chamber of Commerce.
Bob Bonds, I'm with the Federal Highway Administration.
Ben McDonald, Park County Public Works.
Philip Bowman, Public Works Director for the city of Cody.
Brian Edwards, County Engineer, Park County Public Works.
Squire Pop.
Tiffany Mannion for top. Joy Hill, Park County Planning Director. Aaron Walsh, Greater Yellowstone Coalition. Stephanie Bell, Park 6, Vice Chair.
Tim Berry, Cody Maintenance Foreman. Jay Wheeler, Facilities and Maintenance Director, Park County School District 6.
Vernon Orndorff, Superintendent, Park County School District 6.
John Ware, state representative, District 28.
So it's pretty well attended. Thank you all for coming and for your interest.
If you all sign in, I will email everyone a copy of the presentation tomorrow.
Yeah, before I jump into the presentation, I have a couple items to update you guys on from past discussion and last year's step. I see that Lee's not here today, but we are working through a lease agreement for the old game and fish building for us to occupy it. I think we're getting closer. I do apologize for the bureaucratic nature of that process. Been kind of difficult. The signal at Blackburn is in a letting this fall. I think the September letting. There's a long procurement process on the materials for that, so probably wouldn't start construction until next spring sometime at least. There's also the crosswalk at Winghorn Avenue. I know there's a cap application for the city of Cody. Is that right, Philip? Yes, sir. And I think the city's working on buying some more of that rollover curb, and then we would pull our water barrier out of there. And if we are successful on the cap grant, we would build a more permanent installation there. And I think we're looking at a pedestrian hybrid beacon, right? Which is we call them a hawk, but it's an overhead thing with actuator signal.
I appreciate you for them updating the crosswalk painting itself too, because it is a little more visible that way. Thank you.
That's a tough place to see with that east-west alignment. Also, we have turn lanes on 2AB near Corbett Bridge in fiscal 25. That's been a kind of a topic of conversation annually. And we've had some constituent comments here recently about the other accesses there around Corbett Bridge, or one is a campground with some fish ponds and the other is fishing access. And so we are looking at that. I think, some of those are the fish pond was a thing where there's a limit to the amount of spaces you could have and keep from doing a turn lane. It's kind of a balance between facilitating commerce and trying to maintain a safe location there.
Okay. The other thing with that one is the school bus has been stopping there too. And when you come around that corner, come up off the bridge and you're doing 70 and there's traffic on your left side, there's nowhere to go, if the bus has the red light on. So it's just a thought process. It's just a little bit of a visual.
Which place did the school bus stop at?
They were last winter, they were stopping at the campground type driveway. And I don't know if that's full time or if there were just some kids there at the time, but I do know we came across that a few days.
Hey, Pete, they can't hear back there. So
I'm sorry.
There's a fan
We
blowing
have
up there.
a mic. I know he loves those. So.
He loves that.
I know, that's what I was
Can you
afraid
play
of.
music? You'll sing.
It could turn into a karaoke session. Skip karaoke. All right, well, so we'll jump into the presentation. So the purpose of why we make these visits is primarily to solicit public input. We're to present our step and ask people if it aligns with what they think we need. Also, we want to know what the other public agencies have going on so we can cooperate, and then to give an overview of WYDOT and our proposed steps. So we'll start with an overview of WYDOT and some of the things we have going on, and then we'll talk about the STIP development process and an overview of that. And then we'll discuss the projects in the area and some next steps.
Can you all hear better now? Okay.
I always get feedback. Hold it closer. So this is our purpose, mission, vision, and values. Our purpose is to support the Wyoming's economy while
safely connecting communities and improving the quality of life. And our missions to provide a safe and effective transportation system. Those two aren't always aligned. And our visions is excellence in transportation. And then these are our values. Next slide. This is a list of the assets that we have. These ones are within our district. You can see we're kind of evenly distributed throughout all the districts around the state. It's a total of 6,700 miles of roadway. We have the most miles of 2-lane NHS, but we don't have any interstate. So these are the bridges that are in District 5. On system, off system. And those are about evenly distributed. A little bit about inflation. This is what's happening to us with inflation. Last couple years, 1 to 2 years. Hot plant mix used to be $36 to $45 a ton. Today it's 65 to 75, so almost doubled. Hot plant mix and oil are probably the two things that we use the most, and they're the biggest expenses on our construction projects. So this is asphalt binder is what we're talking about here. 1 or 2 years ago was $450 to $600 a ton, and now it's $900 to $1,000 a ton. The rest of these are, tend to be minor items unless we're doing a bridge. Bridge construction is up quite a bit as well. So we're seeing 2 to 3 times the cost in some of our construction projects. So what that does to us is in 2022, we had 336 million in our STIP. We did 103 projects. In 2023, we started out with 350 million. We let 372 million. And we had planned on doing about 100 projects out of that, and we got to 84. So what that meant was there was $70 million worth of work in 2023 that we had to push back to 24 because we ran out of money. And then that created another move there of $100 million that we had to move or reduce the scope on the projects out of 24 and push back. So normally every year when we balance our STIP, we get a year's worth of budget to add new projects into the STIP, and that would have been 28, 29. So when we balanced our STIP this year, all the inflation made it so we filled up all of the next year's projects, 29, without adding any. And then we had to add another year and fill that up with projects just because of inflation. So we're going to have 2 years where we don't get to add any new projects. So that's what the impact of inflation is over the last 2 years. This is the EJA, or Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Sometimes it's called the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, or the bill. What it did was it gave us about $100 million statewide annually added to our federal funding. This all has to go to construction projects on the roadway. None of this is for operations. Operations is completely state funded. All the snow removal, the maintenance of our facilities, the maintenance of rest areas, all that comes from state money. So this is only for construction projects. This BFP program, that's a new program. So that's 45 million of that 100 went into the bridges. There's about 4 million in electric vehicles, and then there's about 15 additional million in aeronautics that got distributed. Next. This is a map showing all our current construction projects, the ones that were 22 that carried over into 23, and our 23 projects. You can see there's this big blob up here is District 5. The green ones are interstate projects. These two colors, the red and the orange, are construction projects that are site specific, and then this color, which I think is purple, are district-wide projects. This a little bit about the EV program. To date, we haven't funded anything out of the EV program. We're still kind of working through some things with our plan. There was some requests for variances that didn't materialize, so we have to build out the interstate before we can do anything that's not on the interstate. And what build out looks like, I think, is what we're trying to work through.
Did you guys get to read all that?
Is that the original consideration, was like a charging station every 200 miles or what? I can't remember what the criteria was at the first meetings, but I know that's one of the things we asked for a variance on, and it didn't happen.
It's every 50 miles. So the things we asked for variances on were the 50 miles because there's stretches of I-80 that it's just to get power to a place or to get enough traffic in a place. You know, they're 100 miles or 70 miles in between. The other thing was whether or not they counted a charging station if it didn't meet there's a minimum criteria. It had to be a 4-place charging station that was a rapid charger, which I don't remember the power requirements, but it's enough power to initiate time travel at 88 miles an hour. So the service points would be really expensive and might need additional power transmission to even get the service to a lot of those places. So it's going to be difficult to get some of those some of our plan initiated. This is the Bridge Formula Funding Program, the BFP. There's $45 million a year in that over 5 years. The initial projects will be let in 2025. I think we have one in Park County. There was originally 44 bridges planned that were in poor condition. So far, we have 32 of them in our program, and we're looking at some other locations to get those filled up. And like I mentioned before, we're seeing a lot of inflation because we're adding all this work into our contractor's plate. They're not really competitive. And so we're seeing really high bid prices on our bridge, both the retrofits and the replacements and the maintenance. So we may or may not get all the bridges that we had planned on with 43 million. This is the list statewide. They're broken out by districts. This last table is District 5. And you can see Park County, we have that bridge over the Grable River. So
is that the one right in Matisse?
No, it's out.
The last one before you get to Newport County.
It's between Matisse and Burlington. This slide talks a little bit about some of the new grant opportunities and some of the old ones in IJA. This is the link to the grant information page. It contains information on grants that can be applied for by local governments. There's a lot of different kind of competitive grants in there, and there's some that you're familiar with. You guys know Sarah Ellis, and she is probably the most helpful one to help you navigate through that process. And like Cody said, we'll email you this presentation so you have that link. This is where I hand it off to Randy.
Thanks, Pete. So we're just going to step through kind of our STIP here. what it is and how we get to where we're projects in the ground. So really the first thing is about every April, the powers to be in Cheyenne separate and give pots of money to each of the districts. There's 5 of us, depending on the funding style and the needs in that district. Say that, can you guys hear me? All right. All right, I'll just talk louder. Because we don't have any interstate, there's funding that we do not get. And also because of that, I feel like we pay child support to I-80 most years. So District 5, one thing that is good, we don't have as many needs because we've been able to keep on top of them. But the downside to that is because we don't have some of those needs, we don't get some of the funding also. So over the last couple of years, last year, we lost about $22 million to other districts. And then again, this year, we were down just a little bit plus the inflation. So as Pete talked about, when we went to program 2029, just moving projects back because of inflation filled that entire year and half, if not more, than 2023. So we will not be seeing a new job actually planned until after 2030. So what we do to get to that point is we have consultants that go out and look at our roads. They run it with a van that measures the rutting, the cracking, the surface type, that kind of thing. And then some other algorithms go in and it builds us a spreadsheet called our pavement management system. We take that along with public input. Obviously our guys that are out plowing stone, those types of things running the roads, and then other safety concerns and mobility that we see. And we try to program all that in and match a budget in the end of what are the highest ranking things throughout our district, knowing that also that is something that every district's looking at statewide. So you got to kind of keep a global viewpoint on that. So then in April, we sit down, we try to put all that in along with other grant opportunities and those types of things. You can see the TAP, the IRR. There's rail projects, public transportation projects, also aeronautics that come out of that. And we try to list all that down and make it budget wise, along with also workload for each of our crews. And then in June and August, we come out. This is where we solicit public input. That's why we're here today, not just to tell you what we have going on, but also to listen concerns and things that we may be missing. And I don't know why we keep putting this at the bottom, that the local government should be at the top. But anyway, that's kind of what's going on here. A lot of times we can't, because this is a 6 to 7 year document. We aren't able to dynamically change something and get it in a year because of funding, the models and design that we look at. But those public inputs do get put back in. I think some of the successes you see there are things like the 2AV turn lane, black run signal. We've been watching that. It's been a concern for a while. And then also partnering with the city and the school district and those on looking at Bighorn Avenue. So those do go in and it kind of puts it on the radar of things that we're watching and monitoring. Then in September, we finalize the STIP that goes to our commission and they approve it. It becomes published. When I say published, it means that's what we're going to live off for the next year until something changes, right? It's always a living document. So it's one of those things that depending on funding, depending on environmental clearances, depending on right of way and anything else that may pop up, some of those projects do get stretched out, moved from year to year as needed. Next slide, please. If you jump on our website right here, you'll see an interactive map and it has color coded for each year. If you click on any one of those tabs, it'll pop up a box that gives you a general description of what's going on. You can leave a comment there that goes into our planning department and gets filtered back to us. So if you do have something that you want to see where projects are going or what's happening in the future, you want to comment on some of those, that is a great way of doing it. Go ahead, Pete. So what's really in our STIP document? Again, it's a 6-year plan for highway improvement needs, right? But also inside there, every year, there's transit projects that are funded. So such here in Cody, you have the Council on Aging that runs a bus, right? That's also public transportation for anybody. So there are federal dollars that we put into that. We also have a 5-year aeronautics plan that comes into that STIP. And then a public safety communication project, that's more like Wyoming, some of those things that help with dispatch and emergency. And that's a 1-year plan that you see. And then our general capital improvement projects, such as buildings and other things like that, we put in there for 1 year. Park County, we'll go through these individually later, but there is a map here. It shows you the red is 2023 projects. Now, some of those you look at like the CM numbers, that is something that was granted to the county. That's the CMAC for dust suppression, air quality. So it does list them all in there. Blue are future projects, but you can see we do have some transit in the TC, Cody, Aeronautics, both in Cody and Powell, and some transit in Powell also, along with these other projects. And this is kind of the future view of what we're looking to spend and do in Park County. So again, if you were to jump on our website and look at the STIP, what the STIP's going to look like on the website is this. It's a little different than the spreadsheet that I built and handed out to you guys. I like spreadsheets. I'm an engineer. So if you look, it'll give you basically a project number that would correspond back to that interactive map. It gives you the type of funding. Most people really don't care about this unless they work for us. But more important is kind of the general location and details of what's happening, what kind of character work it is, and then it gives you the funding year also in there. So that's what you would see if you jumped on our website. With that in mind, just what's going to be spent over the next 5-ish years here in Park County. You can see transportation projects. That's everything that is really in our STIP. That's our formula money that we are getting. That's mostly federal money, a 90-10 split. There is some state money in there also. So about 80 million in transportation projects on the roadway. We also have about 400,000 in transit projects, 12 million in aeronautics for a total of just over $90 million in the next 5 years that we'll be spending here in Park County. So if you guys have a spreadsheet, we can just step through these. If you guys have questions, comments on them, let me know. So quickly, the projects that we have going on right now in the district. If you've driven through the tunnels, you've noticed they're a little dark during the day. If you go up there at night, you'll get to enjoy a one-way pilot line. So we're in there redoing all the lighting in the tunnels, making it much brighter, much more efficient. We'll also have the carbon monoxide sensors actually working, so the fans will work on that. Along with it is a pedestrian cyclist button. I don't know if you've ever ridden a bike through the tunnels, but it's a little sketch. So we will have a button that you can actually push. It will activate a flashing sign for so many seconds, letting motorists know that, hey, there's a cyclist in the tunnel. Keep an eye out for them. So hopefully making it a little safer there. The projects that's going on, we're paving right now up around the reservoir. This is, we started in March. So we dug out some of the worst dips up there, build them back up, and we're leveling through and then going to pave those. So hopefully in the next couple of weeks, we'll have the pavement done around that area, and then we'll just have some cleanup, topsoil, that kind of stuff. And people will get back to their lives up in the Wapiti Valley.
This was taken 2 weeks ago. I'm kidding.
The bridge down on Highway 120, and in full disclosure, I live on 2AB, so I drive this every day. I get the pain. But we are out there basically doing rehabilitation work. So taking the ends off the bridge, tying them back in, they will come in, scarify the deck, fix any of the loose concrete on there, and then we're going to flip traffic. And so you'll get to drive on the other side and do the same thing to the other piece. We know the lanes are narrow here. The other option was to do a 1 lane with signal lights. We figured people would rather drive through 10-foot lanes and have to wait 2 minutes every time they tried to cross the bridge. So this should be done end of August, is what we're looking at. Of course, this spring, everybody knows, was a little bit wet, so we had some mud flows. This is one of the mud flows early in the spring up about Sleeping Giant Ski Hill. And then one of the things that's been a topic of conversation is the crosswalk down on Bighorn Avenue. And I think this has been a success with a lot of folks in the room that have been part of this project, working diligently trying to find solutions to that. As Pete alluded to, the city is buying more of this rollover curb and to replace the water barrier out there. So it makes it a little more convenient for cars to get around. The water barrier was important to get people trained and not try to use that turn lane, but I think we're there now. So as Philip mentioned, there's a TAP grant that the city has gone after. YDOT is heavily in support of that. If granted, it would be awarded in October of this year. They could start design work thereafter. And I guess we'll see what the schedule is after that. But it would be a hybrid beacon, which is basically a pedestrian signal light. So it will be mast arms over the road. You push a button, it flashes yellow, then it turns red. Cars must stop at the red. Eventually it goes to a wigwag red where cars have to stop, yield to pedestrians, and then can continue through if it's safe and clear to do so. The center turn island here that is blocking the left-hand turn will remain to maintain people from turning across the crosswalk and making more conflicting movements for the people, the pedestrians that are using that. So we look forward to it.
The permanent installation will be more of a raised median.
Yeah, it'll be a concrete raised median in here. Right. I don't know why we're in the Bighorns, Cody. It's not Bighorn County.
This truck was heading toward Cody and it decided to drive around the road closed gates at Burgess Junction. And it made it almost all the way to the top of the mountain. And then it tried to turn around.
And work out for us. Some of the struggles that we have.
I thought it was a cool photo.
This is a mudslide that happened in early June. Like the 3 mile campground up the North Fork, closed the road for a few hours one evening. And just to clean up efforts that are up there, trying to keep that going. It happened right in the middle of a construction project that we were trying to chip seal the next day. So that delayed us a little bit.
It was at the same time as you had posted the land convention too, so some people.
Oh, a couple other things notable that's happened in the last year. We did have a 1 year after the flood meeting with Yellowstone Park officials and the folks up in Cook City. From the folks in Cook City, they wish that Park County, Wyoming would adopt them. Just throwing that out to you. I'm sure you've heard.
We've heard that, yeah.
But I guess that's a pat on the back to everybody here of being able to work with the folks up there and make their life a little bit easier through that whole thing last year when they couldn't access the park.
They specifically gave all the credit to Lloyd.
And then just some of the other partnering that we have that happens in Cody that makes it such a Park County such a great place. We also Chief Joe Scenic Highway, some adopt a highway stuff. It seems Park County is one that's high in that and participation. So again, just showing the community and what have you that we have here that keeps everything going. Okay, so I'm going to jump in my quick step sheet here. So wrapping up from last year, which is not on here, fiscal year 2022 projects, the chip seal up outside of the east entrance, on the paving project that we finished last year. The chip seal we did finally finish here a week ago. There's just a few punch list items up there, so that should be good to go. We also had some flooding things up there right at the border with Yellowstone, where we put in a wall, retaining wall, so we didn't lose the road. And we were able to finish off some of the guardrail and things this spring with it. So we're in pretty good shape there. So the first one on the list is Chief Joe various location that's called erosion repair. That's actually a landslide at Telephone Creek. And I have to say Todd Frost wishes he was here today, but they started digging on that today and it started to move on them. So we're down to a 1-lane road up there. And hopefully to get that bolstered back in so we can maintain traffic into Cook City. Buffalo Reservoir, we talked about it, paving it as we speak. The Ralston Badger Basin project, that was one that we paved out already earlier this year. Chip seal probably next summer, more than likely on that. So just a few cleanup things there and we'll be done. The Blackburn signal that is in the September letting. Again, as Pete alluded to, if we can get a let this fall, that gives the contractor time to secure all the necessary stuff to be able to get started next spring and summer to get that put in. The next one is Cougar Avenue. So this is something that the Urban Systems and City of Cody is working on. deciding on whether to extend Cougar Avenue, the paving and that type of stuff, curb gutter, sidewalk, whatever that may look like. Basically from Freedom Street to the east, up to 33rd Street. So that's a project that there's some money in there for preliminary engineering, and we're waiting on an agreement to be able to move into construction once the city feels as that is the next step. The rest of the stuff, again, as you see, is yellow money. So any of the stuff that's in yellow is money that is outside our typical STIP money, and that's things through grants and whatever. So a lot of those, one is a community development grant for design of pathways and that kind of stuff. The next one is the CM, and it's dust suppression. So that's grants and money that was given to Park County to be able to, I'm sure, put dust like mag chloride and stuff on some of their gravel roads to maintain that. And then the ND are our emergency repair. So we did let a project last week to repair 2 other washout locations on the North Fork that happened last June, and they're just getting too close for comfort into the roadway. So hopefully around Labor Day, the contractor will start those when the water's lower, and we'll get some riprap in there and maintain the integrity of the road. So that's what we have for the rest of 2023. In our fiscal 24. Yes.
On the Blackburn signal.
Yeah.
You have some costs in your first couple columns of around $720,000.
Yep.
The STIP amount was $530. Was that project that Jeopardy is not receiving the full amount of funding needed?
So what that means is when we set the project up a year ago, April, we figured it cost about $530,000, and in today's money, $719,000. So it'll be fully funded. I just have to find that extra $200,000 from other projects that got pushed back. So, yeah. So yeah, that's part of that, managing what got slid back out of 23. There was 4 overlay projects in District 5, none of them in Park County, that we are not doing this year to come up and recover the money for those other high priority projects. So
our brothers in District 2 kind of took one for the team, and we had a bridge project that came in double, and it was what, 67 million.
Oh.
And so the commission decided not to award that, and that kind of allowed us to let a couple other projects, not in our district.
Wow.
So
you don't
yes.
see that $200,000 difference being a risk for the
No, this is going to happen.
Yep, it's fully funded and sitting in the September letting right now. So
even if it came in at $1 million or something, it probably wouldn't be in jeopardy.
Yeah.
Great. Appreciate that.
24, we have a overlay out here from Eagle Pass basically to the county line on 141620 headed toward Grable. And then we have a fence project up over Skull Creek on Highway 120 through a lot of the area where the 2DOT keeps their cattle out there. 2025, we have a project up starting in Crandall area, so it actually starts right at the junction of Fairtooth Highway and Chief Joe, and it'll come back about 8.5 miles. Along with that, we have a pipe we're replacing, and we have been working with the Game and Fish, and they've been able to find us a bunch of money, so we're going to replace that pipe with something more substantial to allow fish passage. So again, finding those people that we can work with and other funding methods has been very beneficial. The next project is Yellowstone Cody. It is erosion repair around the reservoir. So many of you that drive that have noticed from about the big rock people jump off up to a couple of the next turnouts around. You see some pipes sticking out where there used to be dirt and there isn't anymore. We're going to be going in there and reestablishing that bank and armoring it so that the wave action quits trying to eat our road out in that location. And then again in that yellow money there under the highway safety money we were able to get is that right turn lane for 2AB. So those that are traveling south are able to get over and out of that lane of traffic and hopefully keep people from trying to pass in a passing turning lane, so. Any questions on 25?
Just to clarify your numbers, where you just said that, if you look at your spreadsheet, you have the two numbers.
So
Backwards.
that one is revised stiff year. If you look in front of it, it says FR, so that was that means in the previous year.
Okay.
That was going to go in 24 and it got pushed back to 25.
Okay.
In 2026, we'll be bouncing back up to North Fork and leaving, taking off where we stopped this last job last year and paving another 10 miles towards Cody. Then we'll be jumping over into Powell, starting where the concrete ends there about the subway, Blair's area. We'll be paving the west end of Powell out towards Ralston. We'll be bouncing over also on Highway 14A, and we'll be going from the Bighorn County line back towards Garland on 14A there. And then in 2026 in the yellow money, you see that is the bridge replacement for that structure over the Grable River that Park County is getting on their county road. Move into 27. We have a bridge replacement. It's kind of split between you guys and Bighorn County, but outside of Franny, right on the Montana border. We're replacing that bridge. It's on 310 there as you go into Montana. And then we'll be back up Chief Joe and paving from where we left off on the previous project, heading back towards Sunlight Creek. And then the last one there is the Matisse South project. We'll be starting just on the south end of Matisse and paving all the way to the Gooseberry Ranch area, basically. So trying to just work our way down the road, no pun intended, on each one of these corridors and keep them in good shape. In 28, we'll be back up on Chief Joe Highway through the 2-Dot Ranch, doing some more fencing. And then working again on the Powell Highway from where we stopped on that Powell West project. And we'll be paving all the way through Ralston up to the bridge that goes over the canal right there when we turn to go to Willwood. And getting that tied back in. It's disheartening. That was one of the first projects I built in Cody. So when you start redoing your own work, you're getting old. And then in 2029, we're going to be doing some more concrete rehab here in the city of Cody, starting on 16th Street from the intersection down, redoing the ADA if needed, and then dropping down on Highway 120 and doing all the concrete work on 120 up to the turn at Northern Gardens right there. So most of that will be some minor slab replacement, grinding and sealing. So, and that's what we have kind of planned in the Park County area over the next 5 to 6 years. So any other questions or clarification from you guys?
I just wonder about your budget with what we ran into the last 2 years. You have it planned out and we see the funding that you're receiving and then you have something happen like the North Fork. How does that fit in and hurt you?
So the North Fork, that was what we call ER money.
Okay.
So when there's a natural disaster and there's criteria that comes along with it, there has to be a governor's declaration.
Okay.
And it's got to reach, it's either 750 in order to be eligible for ER money, because that was a big regional thing that was impacted.
Okay.
We were able to tag onto that and then get it disaster relief funding from our friend Bob at the FHWA.
Okay.
So it's funded 100%. It's non-formula funding, so it doesn't impact your other priorities.
Thank you.
But we do have other times that if there's not a governor declaration or emergency, then we don't get that funding. If that does happen, we look globally, like why not? And we start pulling money from other pots.
Okay.
And if we got to push other projects back, we do for emergency repair.
Okay. Thank you.
There is one thing that's not in the state, but you should probably be learned because there'll be a public process associated with it. But we funded a planning grant for the town of Matisse
to look at kind of upgrading their cross section, you know, and make it ADA compliant.
Oh,
So, we're currently negotiating the price with the top consultant. And that process should be starting here soon. We've been looking for that.
Okay.
And it'll include both the main highway through town and the,
highway out to.
yeah, is it 295?
It's Pitchfork Road.
Pitchfork.
290.
It goes to Sunshine Road.
Yeah, he never looks at the number, he just drives it
Just
every
going
day.
to So that will probably be going on here shortly. They'll start having public meetings and things like that.
With that, just quickly again, if you have questions, concerns, obviously, I think everybody in this room has my phone number, or Pete's number, you guys, my email, whatever, just reach out and we'll get you an answer or whatever it is you're looking for. Provide feedback online, or again, you can call us, write a letter, whatever, for these things. Some just our contact information from headquarters, chief engineer, to assistant chief engineer. But the most important person on the list is Sarah Ellis, mainly because she holds the first strings to all the grants. So, and even if it's not a YDOT grant or money that YDOT is going to oversee or has to come through YDOT, if it's federal money from FHWA, she keeps a pulse on that stuff and knows what the timelines are, what the application processes are, and those types of things. So even if it's not something we as YDOT can help you with as far as getting the funding, Sarah's still a good resource to be able to tap into those other funding monies from the feds. So. So yeah, we're here today. If you guys care what's going on in the other counties, these are the days that we will be visiting with them. You're welcome to attend and hear this whole story again.
From them.
Different pictures.
I don't know, Cody might slide that truck one in there on occasion.
Yeah.
Are you seeing any federal funding opportunities?
You know, we got the same question earlier today.
Back east are doing some of that. I didn't know how they're doing it.
So, you know, that's a great comment, and we're getting that a lot. Most of, and as Pete alluded to, most of our funding is for construction, right? All of our maintenance is state funded. And we understand the challenge to the counties and the cities with the funding mechanisms that we have in place, that it's just not keeping it up. And so we're looking into that. We can definitely tap into Sarah and ask her if she's seeing those things and how they're able to manage that money. If it's going to contract, can some of these other funding methods apply to the counties? But right now, it's a difficult question to answer for you, because we don't have a good answer at the moment. So.
I wish I could. And there is a lot of funding on our side on federal side. And again, get with Sarah and I'll start looking at some other ones too. But the only one that comes to mind right now is Protect.
I'll try to reach out. I was about the pavement preservation committee for National Association of County Engineers, and some of the Midwestern states were talking about different ways they would do it. That, so I'll try to reach out what exactly they're doing.
Yeah, that'd be a good source.
You know, the old SCCFM program is what that was intended for, but that amount of money that won't even touch a paving project anymore. So we're kind of all in the same boat of the amount of money we're getting has been flatlined for so many years that it's difficult to maintain our assets that we're responsible for.
With that, I'll turn it back to you, Pete, if you have any final words.
I think there's a question from Trustee Bell.
Stephanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'd just like to acknowledge the work that YDOT and the City of Cody and Mark 6 have done together this last year. in the fall, when we started with the temporary crosswalk at, on Daytona Avenue, had some very, very serious situations, and we came together and for 13 weeks, YDOT and the Park Six in the city, worked together, and we volunteered manned, that crosswalk, and we got to see from the ground floor kind of, you know, some of the dangers and get to know those kids' faces. There's right across the street. And also like to acknowledge, you know, the people in the room that also brought awareness to the project. And so as we sit now, I have to express some disappointment because we had sure hoped that that Daytona Avenue signal would be installed this fall. You know, it's going to be crucial for creating those breaks in traffic when it comes to that crosswalk. We're still going to go through this school year with flashing beacons rather than a red light, and it's hard. It's not just one express that's hard. And those of us who have manned out, we understand that for the students. Every year we get new sixth graders, you know, and so a third of the kids that go to Cody Middle School, as well as all those elementary school kids who travel across the Avenue to get on a bus at the middle school, you know, which is time continues to pass. And so, you know, I'm gonna mark the time. And so the way that I see the time frame, we started talking in earnest with the city in February of 2020. And when we get this, and I'm gonna be really excited to get this completed, but we're gonna be sitting at pretty close to 4.5 years. And so working just really hard and praying that the funding comes through. And you know, we will work our best to make sure that we have a crossing guard on what we now consider an interim crossing at Big Pond and Freedom. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just echo that, you know, the partnership between those, and most everybody in the room has been part of that. Has really been the driving force of that. The outcome will be great. I share your sentiments, frustration of timing, but luckily we are at least moving forward with the one at Blackburn as fast. And really, when you look at the time of design, funding, getting right of way and those types of things, although it seems slow and it's hard from the outside, it's been a very fast process once we got that in. So not as fast as we would like, I understand, but at least moving in that direction. So and just again, thanks to all those that were partnering with that and got to spend some chilly mornings together down there, crossing kids across the one Avenue.
There was burritos, but
Yeah, there were burritos by the other project people.
Yeah. Yep. Delicious burritos.
So I have a comment about, I really appreciate the cooperative relationship we have with you guys, and especially your planning department and how you guys involve us in the process of evaluating people's proposals and give us opportunities to comment and look at impacts on traffic and infrastructure.
Thank you. Thank you. Anything else? Okay.
Well, thank you.
I think we're good.
Thank you very much for your time.
Cool. Thank you for coming.
So Cody, the question is, whose sign is that?
Oh, jeez. I
The
thought we were
American
gonna.
All Road.
Yeah, American All Road.
That belongs to Jack Hoffman, our traffic engineer.
We have a replacement order.
It was a mistake.
Oh, really?
It was a mistake somewhere else.
Yeah,
We sure heard about it.
but we put it up.
We didn't know about it until yesterday.
It was installed in two halves. So they didn't actually.
Is that why? Because it looked like it had.
Yeah. It's not one sign.
Sorry. You know, it's.
So no spelling test required for YDOT?
Well, these guys were gonna come in and.
What is this?
Numbers, right?
Yeah.
I think until you get it replaced, you look at it, put it upside down.
These guys wanted to come in and give you guys an.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. Oh, my.
Good to see you.
Cody?
Where's Lee at?
They actually had a pack trip issue and had to go rescue some guys coming off the trail that they weren't planning on being on. So, yeah. This is over there. He's over in DuBois. Alpine? I can't tell you. I know it's a drive-in. Yeah, it's up the Grays. He can drive in, unload the horses and cross. He takes out, he can take out day rides or people can come stay there. They stay there. I don't know. Oh, yeah.
Well, I might know hands.
Oh, I hear. Look at, he's getting ready to call a ball game. Hey, man, you getting ready to call a ball game?
Second.
Hey.
Do it again.
Motion to adjourn.
Yeah.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Adjourn.
Okay, so who did what?
Angle made the motion.
Love to stay.
We're not gonna correct you if you get it wrong.
Here's my thing. Any kind of where they come in to help find a community because.
He knows where I go. Oh,
because they still need records. There's something there. This, they were just won't see it. And then we have a problem with them having something.